why you be da? Hey, Betty,
Zazu, Uyemizu, Uyemeza. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, welcome to the microphone, Apostle Abraham Lanti, General Overseer of Believers House of Worship International, to give us the opening prayer. A round of applause for him.
Praise the Lord. Please respond, because the name you heard started with Apostle. So praise the Lord. Coming all the way, I was trying to see if I can also say Eyezu, Eyeza, NDC. NDC Kebodo Achano. Amen. I read something in the Luke chapter number 10. Your Excellency, thank you for this opportunity. And it says, I have given you authority to tread on snakes and scorpions. I have given you authority. So you have the authority. But when it comes to the treading, it's up to you to tread on snakes and on scorpions, and none shall by any means hurt you. This beautiful afternoon, the question is, are you ready to tread upon? Because the power is already with you. Are you ready to tread upon? Ask your neighbor, are you ready? If I heard you say Eyezu, then you are ready. Are you ready? I didn't hear it well. Are you ready to tread upon? Are you ready to tread upon? One more time. Are you ready to tread upon? Then the victory is yours. How sweet the name of Jesus sounds in a believer's ears. It soothes his sorrows and heals his wounds and drives away his fears. How sweet the name of Jesus sounds in a believer's ears. It soothes his sorrows, heals his wounds, and drives away his fears. Can we do it again? How How sweet the name of Jesus sounds in a believer's ears. It soothes his sorrows. It soothes his sorrows, heals his wounds, and drives away. God bless you. Come on, this is a prophecy. Come on. You still don't believe it? Come on. Let's do it again.
Thank you very much, ladies. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. Thank you. I like that. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Obviously, we are in the central region, we are in WINNEBA, and then we call WINNEBA Simpa. We have a chairman here who has to welcome us into his region. So let me call up here the Central Regional Chairman, Professor Richard Kofi Esiedu, to welcome all of us to his region. The only professor who is a regional chairman. It can only happen in the NDC. Thank you very much, Prof.
Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Central Region. Eyezu, Your Excellency, the incoming President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. Your Excellency, the incoming first ever female Vice President, incoming, Professor Jane Nana Opoku Ajimai. The National Chairman of the NDC, Comrade Johnson Esiedu Nketia. Our able General Secretary, Comrade Fifi Fiavi Kweti. Members of the National Executive Committee, our distinguished minority leader, Dr. Kizel Atoba Forson and his deputies present, and our cherished members of parliament present, the chairman and members of the planning committee, the current speaker of parliament, Honorable Aubynn, and other former speaker of parliament present, former members of parliament and other appointees, our local and international branches, Nananum, faith groups, professional groups represented here, members of the media, and ladies and gentlemen. Let me, on behalf of the Central Regional Branch of the National Democratic Congress, welcome all of you to this historic town of WINNEBA in the Central Region. We are delighted to play host to today's significant event, which marks an important milestone to dislodge the corrupt and inept MPP from power. We believe that the NDC has a plan to save our country, and we in the Central Region are prepared to join the people of Ghana to ensure total victory for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the great NDC in this year's elections. As I've had the occasion to say many times, we in the NDC in the region are working around the clock to secure 7 more parliamentary seats to bring to 20 the number of seats in the NDC in the Central Region. We are also working very hard to give President John Mahama a resounding victory in the region to enable him continue the good work he began before his sterling leadership and was abruptly truncated in 2016. We are confident that the manifesto we learned today will leave no one in doubt about the NDC's readiness to win this election and deliver a masterclass in governance for the benefit of all. I have 2 simple messages, one for the people of Central Region, and one for the good people of Ghana. To the people of Ghana, I say to you, Shewa Sitnim Natuhu Abapa. And to the good people of Central Region, my own people, I say to you, Aziofia Oye. Thank you very much, and may God bless us all.
Thank you very much. Can we do it again for the host chairman, Professor Richard? Thank you very much. We are very grateful. I'm going to welcome the chairman of the Manifesto Committee. Professor Kweku Danso-Boafo is a distinguished academic and public servant with extensive experience in both academia and governance. He was our chairman for the 2020 Manifesto, and because of his outstanding performance, we brought him back to be the chairman for the 2024 Manifesto. And he's here with us today. Thank you very much, Prof. As we welcome you onto the stage, we appreciate you and we are grateful for all the hard work you and your team did to put together this beautiful manifesto. Hope for the hopeless indeed. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you so much, my sister Obubia. I wish to stand on the already ably established protocols in order to save time. Before I give you my remarks, may I request that my colleagues on the Manifesto Committee and all the individuals who assisted on the various committees we have, could you please stand in solidarity with, please stand, members of the Manifesto Committee and members of the various committees. Our mandate as a Manifesto Committee was to curate a blueprint anchored on the NDC's vision of economic transformation for the Ghana we want. We proceeded by subjecting our 2020 People's Manifesto to 22 expert committee review. We then synchronized the reviewed blueprints with invaluable recommendations from party leaders, organized labor, civil society organizations, youth groups, women's groups, think tanks, religious groups, traditional leaders, professional bodies, academics, and diverse backgrounds who were engaged across the country. In doing this, we took cognizance of the dire straits our dear nation is presently faced with, as a result of 8 years of the deplorable leadership by the corrupt Akufo-Addo, Bawumia, the MPP administration, and the opportunities for overcoming same. The result of these rigorous research, debates, consultations, and engagements is the manifesto we are about to launch. The NDC's program for resetting Ghana and revitalizing our economy for jobs and prosperity for all. My brothers and sisters, this is the statement from my comrades in the Manifesto Committee. Let me take a few minutes to recognize those individuals who worked over a period of 4 years. The membership of the Manifesto, the 23-member Manifesto Committee. Number 1, Professor Jane Nana Opoku Agyemang. Could you please stand for people to recognize you? Professor Seth Opuni Esiama. Professor George K.T. Oduro. Professor John Gachi. Dr. Keso Atufosa. Dr. Peter Buama Otukono. Dr. Yakubu Alasan. Dr. Johnson Esiama. Dr. Kwekuche Aka. Dr. William Ahaji. Honorable Haruna Idris. Ambassador Sampi Yale. Honorable Mavis Amma Frempong. Mr. Kofi Triche Upoku. Mr. Alexander Mould. Mr. Kakra Esamwa. Mr. Michael Abe. Honorable Isaac Adongo. Mr. Prosper Huitu, Esquire. Mr. Sam Baba. Honorable Elvis Friye Ankra. And the Secretary to the Committee, Honorable Nana Oye Bampo Ado. These are the 23 individuals who crafted the document we are going to be launching this afternoon. May I then ask the other members of the committee, the 22 committees, please stand for a few minutes. Let's give you a round of applause. Members of the 22 committees, those who are here, not everybody had a ticket, and therefore most of you are not here. These are the individuals who served on the 22 committees we established to do research, gather data, and produce the documents that we synthesize into the manifesto we are launching today. So my brothers and sisters, comrades, we thank you so much. May the good Lord continue to bless our homeland Ghana and make our NDC great and strong. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Comrades, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to quickly acknowledge a few of the groups and personalities we have in our midst. And please, if you don't hear your name, don't worry. In due course, we will introduce all of you. We have here members of the Functional Executive Committee of the great NDC. Our national officers are here. A round of applause for them. Please, can you give us a wave? Give us a wave. Yes, our national organizer, Comrade Joseph Yamin, is here, ably supported by all our national officers. Then we have here members of the National Executive Committee of the party. Please give us a wave, a round of applause for all of them. And please, I want to hear your applause for this group. Our hard-working 137 members of parliament. A round of applause for our gallant MPs. And please, a special round of applause for their able leadership led by the Honorable Ato Forsen. I also want to specially acknowledge a leading member of the NDC, a member of the steering committee of our 2024 campaign, Dr. Kwamena Dufour is here. A round of applause for him. Then we have a man who served this nation in many positions. He is the former Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Do Ejaho. A round of applause for him. Once a leader, a round of applause for the Member of Parliament for the good people of Tamale South, Honorable Haruna Idrisu. And then we have the chairperson or the head of the campaign team of the flag bearer, who also doubles as a national vice chairperson, Professor Joshua Labizier. Round of applause for him. The head of the campaign team of the running mate, Honorable Alex Segbefia, is also here. Round of applause for him. And then we have the former national chairman of the great NDC, Honorable Dr. Samuel Opuzuambofu here. A round of applause for him. And in due course, I'll be introducing other dignitaries herein present. Now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, fellow countrymen and women, the NDC has an unparalleled legacy of development and national transformation, a legacy that we are proud of. Unfortunately, many are those who have been hoodwinked and deceived to believe otherwise, and that is because of the considerable deception and mischief that our opponents have peddled about our record, especially the state of the country we bequeathed to the MPP on the 7th of January 2017. And so even before we go into our manifesto for the 2024 election, it is important to set the record straight. And if it's about setting the record straight, then you will agree with me that there is none better than the man who led the famous forum for setting the record straight, a man who has inspired me a lot. With a round of applause, with a rousing round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the microphone, the Chief Executive Officer and General Secretary of the great NDC, Honorable Fifi Fiave Kwete.
Thank you very much. May I begin by acknowledging the presence of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the flag bearer of the great National Democratic Congress, and the spouse who is here. I want to acknowledge the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Aubynn, who is here with us. Prof. Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, the running mate of our flag bearer, my national chairman, all members of the National Executive Committee of the party who are here, the former Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Do Ejaho, who is present, Minority Leader, and all our MPs who are here, members of the Council of Elders, the chairman of the Manifesto Committee of the party, the planning committee of this manifesto. We want to thank you for the good work done. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just begin by acknowledging that we have a task ahead of us come December 7, 2024. And what we are about to do today is to unveil our policies that we want to present to the people of Ghana with a hope that that can inspire our people into knowing that we truly have a plan for our country. Over the last 8 years, what we have seen has been a systematic degradation of our nation. A nation that was on a cusp of transformation has systematically been brought to a level where today hope is gone and opportunities for our young people have virtually vanished. So today we are going to be listening to the unveiling of a set of policies that will bring about some hope for our country again and set this country anew towards restoring our country to where it ought to be. Now, but before I go into the nation that was left for our friends when they took over in 2017, let me just say it this way, that we need to be careful that the competition for power should never become a simple competition between who can promise more. Because if it's an issue of promising, we know we in the NDC, we can never match our friends in the NPP. I mean, many of you remember that even as far back as 1992, in that very first election of this Fourth Republic, NPP already started promising this country their capacity to build rail lines from Accra all the way to the northern part of Ghana, 1992. So these are people who are known for easy promises. Because unfortunately their belief is that to win power, you simply need to say anything. So anything that can be promised, just promise it. So a contest between us and them on the back of promises is a contest that naturally we will lose. Why? Because if you have integrity and you have honor, you don't just promise anything for the sake of promise. So what I want to establish before I go into the Ghana we left is that promises are important, but promises based on policies that we want to deliver must be inspired by principles. When principles inspire your policies, you are able to deliver those policies. Now, so when, for example, you say that you want to transform Ghana in 18 months, we know that that's a policy that is not underpinned by any principle. That's a policy that is simply anchored on lies and deception. We know that when you say, for instance, that you want to change this country from taxation to production, you clearly are stating a policy that is not anchored on truth. You are lying, because it's simply not possible in a developing country to tell people that you want to remove taxation and simply have a country that is only for production. It's not possible. Some amount of taxation will definitely continue. When you say one village, one dam, and you know beyond doubt that you do not have that capacity, you are deceiving the people. And that is what we have seen over the last 8 years, that every single one of those promises today have become promises that are null and void. Now, so we want to make a difference, and the difference we want to make is our promises and our policies are anchored on principles, and those principles represent the life of the promises that we make. So if you saw over the 8 years that we were in power, what it is that we were able to deliver for our country, you must appreciate that it is because every single thing we said, even though we were not perfect, was anchored by sound principles. And those principles were anchored on the respect we have for our people. The need for us not to just tell our people anything because we want power, but tell them what it is that we can truly achieve. Now, so in the 8 years that we were in office, these are some of the things that we left behind for our friends. Even though they came into office and the first thing they did was to tell the country that we left for them a country that was destroyed, a country that was in a mess. But truly, if you go through the record, you know that many governments would actually be happy to find the foundations that we left behind when we left office in 2016. In 2016, when we were living, we delivered for our friends in the NPP a sound economy that was marked by sustainable public debt with a debt to GDP ratio that stood at 55.6%. A stable credit rating of B-, a low budget deficit of 6.1%, a declining inflation rate that stood around 15%. We handed over to them a depreciation of currency that stood about 9.6%. Handed over to them a manufacturing sector that was very strong. We handed over to them 2 massive oil fields that they inherited. Handed over to them a cocoa sector that was thriving and was producing at over 960,000 metric tons a year. Handed over to them a number of significant buffers. And some of these buffers are the ESLA that we handed over to them. We handed over to them Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, handed over to them a sinking fund, and all these were funds that any government taking office will be happy to inherit. Now, apart from this, we handed over to our friends the most monumental portfolio of investment that you can ever boast of in every sector, whether in the health sector, or in the educational sector, in the energy sector, across the whole segment of all that we had in government. Many people would actually took over and pretended this was an economy that was in chaos. Now, when you take over a country and you cannot even acknowledge what you take over, so that we are presenting to you today, just as we have done in the past, it's a manifesto that will be delivering to you promises and policies that we know are achievable. To know the clear difference between the NDC and the NPP. The final thing I will say before I sit down is that no government is perfect, so we accept that mistakes can be made. But what you do when you are in government is to show the humility, which humility means that when you are charting a path and there is a problem, you should have the capacity to acknowledge it and be able to receive the feedback so that corrections can be made. The manifesto we are presenting today is by no means going to be a perfect manifesto. But one thing we can promise you is the humility of the leadership, the humility of John Mahama, the humility of the people who are going to work with him to be able to say if there is a problem, we will be able to receive the necessary feedback and do the corrections in order to be able to deliver for the future. Unfortunately, we deal with people who, even when it is blatantly wrong, even when the vehicle is driving in the wrong direction, they are too proud, they are not humble enough, they are too arrogant to acknowledge it, and they continue driving in that same direction, refusing any feedback, refusing any constructive criticism. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to say more than this, but to simply establish to you that we are a party that makes every effort to establish every policy and every promise we make on sound principles. The principles of truth, the principles our national anthem teaches us, that we need to cherish fearless honesty in all we do. It is only on the back of that honesty that we can truly have a nation that is truly great and strong. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for the General Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst some revered chiefs that I would like to acknowledge. We have here the Paramount Chief for Gomua Ejumako, Aubynn Nyamfo Krampa. A round of applause for him. We also have here the Chief of Efitu Esuap Ebusuya Penyin Nenyi Akon. A round of applause for him. We have here Nana Nekte. A round of applause for him as well. Then we have the Moses Chief for the Greater Accra region, Naba Kauda. A round of applause for him. Then we have Dr. Chief Ishaku Tutu Maba, the Borisa number 2 Gonja Chief for Ejumako traditional area. A round of applause for him. We also have here our hard-working parliamentary candidates. A round of applause for our PCs. But let me specially acknowledge one of our PCs. He is the reason why every part of WINNEBA is painted with NDC colors. He is our PC for this constituency, and inshallah, the incoming member of parliament for WINNEBA. Dr. James Kofi Annan is here. Round of applause for him. Thank you for your good work. Ladies and gentlemen, turn to your neighbor and ask him or her whether he has a number. Do you have a number? Do you have a number? Eyezu. The man I'm about to introduce has a number. He is a number 3 in Ghana. A seasoned politician who has served this nation dutifully in many roles. He is a vanguard of our democracy and the public interest. But for him, I'm not sure that what we even have left as Ghana would have been in place. Ladies and gentlemen, a rousing round of applause for the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Aubynn Sumana Bagbin. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have here, even though I'll be introducing her later when she's about to speak, but it is important that I do so now before the main introduction. Ezu, our mother is in the house. The vice presidential candidate of the NDC and the incoming first female vice president of Ghana is here. Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman is in the house. Make some noise. Mamio Dende. Thank you. And then we have another mother. Your mother, my mother, our mother, the quintessential woman who has been taking care of our father, the woman who has transformed lives through her foundation. She's been First Lady, and by the grace of God, she is the incoming First Lady of Ghana, the beautiful wife of our father, Her Excellency Lordina Mahama is in the house. Make some noise and show her some love. Choboy. Now we've listened to our General Secretary set the record straight on the state of the country we bequeathed the MPP on the 7th of January 2017. It is important for us to know where Ghana stands today. But who better to do that than a man who is a seasoned politician, has crisscrossed the nation many times, understands the state of affairs, understands the plight of the Ghanaian. We used to affectionately call him General, but these days I call him the Chairman General. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing round of applause, welcome to the microphone the National Chairman of the great NDC, the National Chairman of the great NDC, the National Chairman of the great NDC, Honorable Johnson Esiedun Ketia.
Your Excellency, the incoming President, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Your Excellency, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. You know something? I'm cutting the protocols here because I charge my General Secretary to establish a very elaborate protocol list so that if he makes a mistake, I will not be blamed. So I would like at this stage to write on the protocols established ably by the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress. But before I proceed, we had a shocking news yesterday, and that was the demise of one of our comrades, Comrade Eric Datson. Served the party dutifully, beginning from a branch youth organizer, 2 terms constituency youth organizer, a deputy regional youth organizer, a regional youth organizer, and deputy national youth organizer aspirant, and a long-term Central Regional Communications member. Ordinarily, we could have maybe postponed this event, but we've been taught that when comrades are in battle, some comrades will fall, but we fight forward, win the victory before we come back to count the fallen comrades. So on this note, we are encouraged to proceed without him. But I'll crave the indulgence of everybody here for us to remember him with just 1 minute silence before we proceed with the rest of the proceedings. Shall we stand up and observe a minute silence for Comrade Eric Datson? May his soul and the soul of the earlier departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Revolution has a long way to go, but has come to stay. Revolution has a long way to go, but has come to stay. Revolution has come to stay. Revolution has a long way to go, but has come to stay. Hey! 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 Comrades, since 2017, Ghana has seen the most ignoble degeneration in all areas of our national life. Our economy has collapsed to the extent that we now have introduced new fanciful terms such as haircuts and domestic debt exchange into our economic management lexicon. For the first time in our history, pensioners who toil to serve our country and are entitled to a quiet retirement have had to picket at the Ministry of Finance to demand their hard-earned savings which they had invested in government bonds. The sight of these senior citizens on television painted a rather bizarre image of our beloved country to the international community. Our present government has introduced a plethora of taxes that have visited excruciating hardship and a debilitating impact on our living conditions. Our infrastructure has broken down and many of our roads have been left in a bad state. Our hospitals have been neglected and many projects meant to enhance the quality of our health services have been completely ignored. Our educational system has been destroyed almost completely due to the reckless and the incompetent approach to the implementation of the free senior high school education program after the smooth introduction of the progressive free senior high school education program by the Mahama administration. Many parents have become exasperated as they demand the ever-elusive quality education for their wards. In the energy sector, ladies and gentlemen, the mismanagement has been phenomenal, and Dumso, that was effectively ended by the Mahama administration in 2016, has again reared its devastating head in Ghana. Underpinning all these setbacks has been the massive corruption, nepotism, favoritism, and impunity that has weakened independent state institutions and furthered the culture of state capture. We have witnessed the most devastating destruction of our environment through improperly regulated mining activities led or aided by government officials. In this manifesto, the National Democratic Congress has provided Ghanaians with clear, actionable, and concise solutions born out of our social democratic ideals to address the many problems this country faces today. Our policy of the 24-hour economy has been clearly stated in simple terms to enable everybody to understand and associate with, except those who intentionally refuse to understand. So are other policies that we are convinced will help create the egalitarian society that we all seek for our country, Ghana. We assure Ghanaians that this manifesto, which represents the People's Manifesto, provides a solid framework for building the Ghana we want together. We urge you to identify with our manifesto policy proposals and dedicate yourselves to voting for the NDC on December 7, 2024, to reset and build Ghana, to bring it back from the abyss into which the country has sunk. Let us join hands to reset and rebuild the Ghana we want together. Long live Ghana, long live the National Democratic Congress. I thank you very much, and may God bless our homeland Ghana.
John Dramani Mahama. The fire come was if you say why you beat that? tomorrow by this time, I will be fine. Dabi, say, Mama, when I did to say, how many of you believe that tomorrow by this time, God will make a way? Pay down, son. Oh, my new son is are you here? Let me see your hands up. Come on. Hey, my God will make a way. Why is it to be no way? The Lord should change my life. He will change my destiny. Oh, the attacker said, the Lord will change my life. He will change my destiny. Hey, He will make a way. Why is it to be no way? The Lord will change my life. He will change my life. The Lord will change my life. Oh, and put him tomorrow by this time, God will make a way for me. He will make a way. His Excellency, tomorrow by this time, God will make a way. He will make a way. How many of you believe that? Come on, let me share some. Watching us as separate. Come on. Hey, my God will make a way. Why is it to be no way? The Lord will change my life. He will change our enemies to shame. He will put our enemies in the shame. Change my life. He will put our enemies to shame. Come on, tomorrow by this time, He will make a way. He will make a way. Tomorrow by this time, He will make a way. Come on, His Excellency, God bless you. Tomorrow by this time, God will make a way. He will make a way. Mama, God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. He will make a way for me. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
I have to rest to
another round of applause for Jack Alolomi. Indeed, tomorrow by this time, God would have made a way
of getting any support from.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst members of the diplomatic corps that I want to quickly.
To the farm anymore. It's my mom who is able to.
We have here Mr. Bobby Carlos, head of consular services of the Togo Embassy. A round of applause for him. We have here Keturah Brown and Dennis Amenyodeto from the U.S. Embassy. A round of applause for them. We also have here Paul Edwards from the British High Commission. A round of applause for him. We have here Joshua Atabinori, advisor to the ambassador of the Netherlands in Ghana. And then we have Jonas Clare, the deputy head of the delegation from the European Union, is also here with us. A round of applause for him. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we also have some chiefs here that are here to be acknowledged. We have Nana Kwejo Sei the second, Jasehene. A round of applause for him. Then we have Nana Trebo Onda, Nana Kiniku Akom, Nasei Kenijaba Sika II, Nase Amanko II, Nase Awo Bonako I, and Nana Checheba I. A round of applause for all of them. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a time we've all been waiting for. It is now time for us to go into the 2024 manifesto of the great NDC. The man who is going to start the presentation is not the one you were expecting to start, because usually he doesn't speak around this time. But because this manifesto is anchored on his vision, he will be setting the ball rolling by sharing with us the vision and underpinning the manifesto and very important highlights in the manifesto. But he will be back again for part 2 of his presentation, where he will be sharing with us his first 120-day social contract. In other words, his promises for his first 120-day in office. I know that by now you already know who is coming. Do you know who is coming? Are you ready? Choboy! You see, our country is at a defining moment. A time when all of us are called upon to the rescue to save what is left of our nation after 8 years of deplorable leadership and mismanagement by the incumbent regime. Those who said that Yetisicasos were come there, those who said that they were too old to steal our money, those who projected themselves as economic messiahs, have turned around to plunder the resources of this country. And today we are all feeling the consequences. We are all suffering. Never in the history of this country has our nation been subjected to this rape and state capture. And so, from the north to the south, from the east to the west, there is a loud cry for change. And make no mistake about it, this cry for change is not about any political party. This cry for change is about the redemption of the soul of our nation. It is about the healing of the soul of our nation. It is about resetting our country for jobs, prosperity for all, and accountability. And ladies and gentlemen, as daunting as this task is, we all have the collective capability under the right leadership to turn things around. The right leadership. But you see, who is that leader who can be trusted to lead all of us to build the Ghana we want together? I'm sure you will agree with me that that leader is none other than the visionary nation builder. A man of vision. A man who has love for Ghana. A man of integrity, despite the many lies which were heaped on him and the deliberate character assassination that this man was subjected to. Today, God and posterity has vindicated him. Today, he remains squeaky clean. And one thing about this man is that he is not a try and error person. He's a man with a proven track record. In only 4 years, Choboy, this man gave Ghana the best international airport in the whole of West Africa. Choboy, in only 4 years, this man gave us the biggest port in the whole of West Africa. In only 4 years, and I'm not talking about projects that someone started and he came to complete. Projects started and completed. Choboy, in only 4 years, under his leadership, the Bank of Ghana Hospital was built. In only 4 years, the Ghana Maritime Hospital was built under his leadership. In only 4 years, the Dodowa Hospital was built. In only 4 years, here in the central region, the Kaswa Interchange was built. In only 4 years, the Kaswa Polyclinic was built. And under his leadership, in only 4 years, we saw the single largest contribution to our secondary school stock in Ghana. The commencement of the construction of 124 secondary schools, 46 of which he completed and operationalized. And today in the central region, if you go to Diaso, you will see some there. If you go to Mori, you will see some there. If you go to Awutu of Akko, you will see some there. And that is why we call him the nation builder. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the stone that the builders rejected, which has become the chief cornerstone, the flag bearer and the leader of the great National Democratic Congress, and by the grace of God, the incoming president of the Republic of Ghana, welcome to the microphone. His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, John Dramani Mahama.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the nation builder.
John Mahama, waya, 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 waya.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Eyezu, Eyeza, Eyezu, Eza, Choboi, Choboi, hey, hey, hey. Thank you very much. Thank you. My dear comrades, members, supporters, sympathizers, and followers of the National Democratic Congress, the good people of Ghana watching and listening from across the country and the world, and those who have joined us here in Winneba, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, my running mate for the 2024 election, the Right Honorable Speaker Aubynn, a bona fide member of our party, my beloved wife Lordina, my dear children who are here with me, Sharaf, Shahid, Farida, thank you, I acknowledge you. Our National Chairman, Johnson Asiedun Ketia, our General Secretary, Fifi Fiavikwete, our traditional rulers who have been so kind to join us here today, our members of the Council of Elders who, despite age, have managed with their walking sticks to join us this morning, party supporters, ladies and gentlemen. Today we gather with hope as one people, united in victory, and as one nation, Ghana, with a common, interwoven, invisible destiny. Today we also gather to reignite and reaffirm the dreams of our forebears, led by Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the founder of our great nation, a nation with one destiny, a destiny that cannot afford to endure one additional day beyond January 7, 2025, of the maladministration, the mismanagement, and state capture this nation has been subjected to over the last almost 8 years. For the sake of God's children and in the name of God, the people of Ghana will wake up from this nightmare and envision a bright new dawn of opportunities for all its people and not just a few. My brothers and sisters, our dear nation Ghana is bleeding. Ghana's soul is calling for change. Mother Ghana is crying for its true and genuine patriotic citizens to rise up to reset our beloved nation. Ghanaians can take no more of the hardship, the impunity, the state capture, the hypocrisy, the lies and bad governance that has been inflicted on them over the 2 terms of this outgoing administration. We cannot fail Mother Ghana, and therefore I urge you all to vote for change on December 7th, 2024. We, the members of the National Democratic Congress, have gathered here to express our utmost belief in democratic governance and to proclaim right here in WINNEBA, also called SIMPA, that the time is up for this administration. The time is up for them to go. They have decimated our democracy beyond recognition. They've destroyed livelihoods and families and pushed millions of our people below the poverty line. Your vote on December 7th will end the tyranny. It will end the cronyism. It will end the corruption. It will end the hardship. It will also pave the way for the vision, experience, and trustworthiness. And I, John Dramani Mahama, is going to restore that to the Flagstaff House. As I've said before, this government must begin writing their handing over notes if they have not started doing so already. This MPP administration has been the biggest political scam that has been pulled on Ghanaians since our independence in 1957. And I'll explain why. They were repackaged with ribbons and sweetly scented with enticing promises. Most Ghanaians will agree that Nana Akufo-Addo is indeed the president Ghana never got. And indeed, I dare say, his much-touted economic whiz-kid, Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is also the economic messiah Ghana never got. The NPP government took over from our administration on 7 January 2017. They inherited an energy sector we had stabilized with the fastest mobilization of emergency power of almost 800 megawatts in the history of Ghana. Along with this came a new Energy Sector Levy Act, which we call ESLA, with potential revenues of 3 billion Ghana cedis every year to pay off legacy energy sector debts. They inherited an ongoing Millennium Challenge Compact of $547 million aimed at making Ghana's energy sector the most efficient in Africa. This family, ruling family, quarreled over the shares in the PDS company and led to the US pulling back $190 million, which was meant for the most critical component of the compact, and that is private sector participation and improvement in collections at the distribution end of the electricity value chain. They inherited more than $450 million of the IMF extended credit facility initiated by my administration. Most of our state-owned enterprises were breaking even or making a profit. We handed that to them. They inherited a cocoa production of more than 960,000 metric tons of cocoa, with a cocoa board that was making profit and owed only 1.5 billion cedis to the central bank in cocoa bills. We handed over to them 2 new oil-producing wells, the 10 Field and the ENI Sankofa, which increased Ghana's oil production by more than 100,000 barrels per day, with additional gas of more than 200 million standard cubic feet per day. And this increased Ghana's oil revenues from petroleum by more than $500 million every year. They took over from our administration a stabilization fund in which we had accrued $277 million. A Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund with seed money of $270 million. A sinking fund account at the Bank of Ghana with a balance of over $200 million. They inherited a budget that ran a deficit of 6.1% with zero borrowing from the central bank, the Bank of Ghana, zero borrowing. They inherited a stable currency that traded at about 4 cedis to $1. Inflation was at 15.4%. Unemployment was at 8.4%. And when we handed over the administration of this country to the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia government, Ghana's debt as a percentage of our GDP was 56%. As a result of fiscal consolidation, we handed over an economy that was set to grow above 8%, as predicted by the World Bank and IMF and all the credit rating agencies. Private businesses enjoyed an enabling environment to thrive, and foreign investors were queuing to make investments in our economy. The NPP government also took off with a stabilized economy and significant buffers with enormous domestic and internal goodwill. Indeed, this has been the most favored government in our history. But alas, the Ghanaians' people's favor, their goodwill, has been repaid with only pain and anguish. This government has received more revenue than all governments combined in the history of Ghana. And as the saying goes, to whom much is given, much is expected. Unfortunately, the people of Ghana have been severely shortchanged by this administration. The scorecard of this administration has been abysmal. An inflation rate that went as high as 54% and is currently still hovering above 20%. Ghana today has one of the highest food inflation rates in the whole of Africa. We have a currency that has depreciated to almost 16 cedis to $1, and we borrowed more than 70 billion from the central bank, the Bank of Ghana, causing a serious upsurge in inflation and causing the Bank of Ghana to go broke. We have a debt to GDP that went as high as 104%, and today the unemployment rate is almost 15%, from just above 8% in 2016. Worst of all, Ghana has defaulted on her debt payments and has therefore engaged in a debt exchange that has resulted in painful haircuts, and they have deferred the tenure of bonds at lower interest rates. This has caused a lot of trouble for investors, including pensioners. Cocoa production, which has been one of the mainstays of our economy, has plummeted, and for the first time in the history of our country, the Cocoa Board annual syndication, which was sought after by all international banks, today it has no takers. Nobody is willing to lend Cocoa Board any money. Production volumes are down, and Cocoa Board is seeking to delay delivery of almost 350,000 tons of cocoa to next year. It means that your government, NDC, is the one going to have to find the 350,000 to fill that hole, to pay the debt. Cocoa Board has also defaulted on almost 13 billion Ghana cedis in cocoa bonds. Oil and gas production has declined by 32%, and debt to independent power producers has increased astronomically. Today, the majority of state-owned enterprises are posting massive losses. The COVID pandemic, rather than being an adversity, turned out to be a blessing, with a windfall for this government of almost 25 billion Ghana cedis of inflows, most of which were doled out to companies owned by family and friends. The majority of our citizens are convinced that our country, Ghana, is going in the wrong direction. Faith in our democracy is at its lowest, and many of our youth do not believe that constitutional governance is working for them. Faith in our democratic institutions and the political leadership is at its lowest ebb, and corruption is at its highest. And Ghanaians have become numb to the scandals that are exposed almost every week. And when you have a president who says he does not understand the hullabaloo that is being made about the sale of snitch hotels to a minister in his own government, then clearly he is on a completely different wavelength from the rest of us in this country. My brothers and sisters, this is a president who just doesn't get it. Many domestic and foreign investors have adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Many of them I have met have told me that they are waiting for a signal from the Ghanaian people that the political and business environment is going to change for the better, that we are going to effect a change of course so that we can provide a reasonable environment for them to put in their investments. Ladies and gentlemen, the Holy Book in Matthew 25:14-30 tells one of the parables of Jesus Christ, and this is the parable of the talents. This parable teaches us to invest whatever is put in our care wisely for the benefit of our master. The master in this case is the people of Ghana. This administration is just like the last of the servants who buried his talents that was given to him by his master, and when his master came, he returned the 1 talent to him. But in this case of Akufo-Addo and Bawumia and their cabal, they did not bury the 1 talent and give us back our 1 talent when we returned. They gambled with the talents that we gave them, and they landed the people of Ghana in a huge debt. We cannot continue on this path. Lessons must be learned from the experience of these last almost 8 years. A vote for the MPP will be an expression of satisfaction with the impunity of the last 8 years. A vote for the MPP is a vote for a 3rd term for Nana Akufo-Addo. A vote for the MPP in this election is a vote to escape accountability. It is a vote to allow officials who have stolen and raped this country's resources to escape accountability and go laughing all the way to their bank accounts. Ladies and gentlemen, their flag bearer and his running mate, who have been prominent actors in this horror movie Ghanaians have watched these last almost 8 years, you know horror movies, don't you? Their flag bearer and his running mate, who have been prominent actors in the horror movies Ghanaians have watched these almost last 8 years. These people cannot be the ones to exact accountability from the government of which they have been an integral part. We are at a critical juncture in our democratic history. Choices we make in elections come with consequences. We cannot afford to fail this time. A restive youthful population does not have the luxury of trial and error. They do not have the luxury of trying a driver's mate who has learnt his driving skills from the same driver who crashed the Ghanaian vehicle of state. Our nation needs a reset. Our democracy needs a reset. Our economy needs a reset. Our governance needs a reset. and our attitudes need a reset. We need a government that will galvanize the efforts of all Ghanaians, irrespective of ethnicity, religion, or party affiliation. We need a government that will allow all businesses to thrive, whether owned by domestic investors or foreign investors, no matter their ethnic, religious, or partisan colors of its owner. We need to make a change that will usher in a government that is responsible and accountable. We need to open up this country for business again. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to present to you our manifesto. We need a leadership that will crack the ship when its own appointees go down the wrong track. We need a responsive government that will respect the rights and freedoms of our citizens, including journalists, and address the ongoing decay of state institutions and fight corruption by deploying the Operation Recover All the Loot principle. Operation Recover All the Loot strategy, and that is ORAL. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are presenting to you a manifesto that will help take back your future, take the future of Ghana back into the hands of the Ghanaian people. Ladies and gentlemen, I will at this point give you some highlights of our manifesto, after which my running mate, and by God's grace, the next Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, a prominent daughter of the Central Region, and other presenters will delve into other areas of the manifesto. Ladies and gentlemen, first is resetting the economy for prosperity. In the first 120 days in office, we will hold a national economic dialogue to draw up a 4-year fiscal consolidation plan. We would rationalize taxes, abolishing, among others, the obnoxious e-levy, the COVID levy, and the 10% levy on bet winnings. We will review import duties and levies on vehicles and equipment meant for industrial and agricultural purposes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will rationalize port fees and charges and implement emergency measures to stabilize the cedi and the macroeconomic environment. Ladies and gentlemen, we will use the price stabilization and recovery levy to cushion consumers of petroleum products. We will investigate the NPP's opaque gold for oil deal. We will review the gold purchase program of the Bank of Ghana and will restore the licenses of wrongfully collapsed banks and financial institutions. We will increase indigenous participation in the banking and financial sector. And we will free the statutory funds, the GET Fund, NHIL, Road Fund, to be able to achieve their mandated objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, alleviating the current economic hardships. And one of our first programs is the no fee stress policy. There are many students who are unable to take up their places in tertiary educational institutions because they cannot afford to pay the academic user fees, the academic fees. And so we'll take that stress off them. For the first year, they will not be required to pay fees. And I assure the universities it will not affect their internal generated funds. We're going to give the money to the student's loan. The student loan will pay it to the universities as a grant. It will be paid as a grant, not as a loan. And aside from that, we're going to increase the subvention that goes to our public universities so that we can improve quality and learning in those universities. We will provide free tertiary education for all persons with disability. And we will provide free sanitary pads for girls in school. If you remember, Nana Jane started that policy with a World Bank facility, and they called that loan the PAD loan. Yes, we are proud of the PAD loan. It will allow our young girls who are going through their periods to be neat and hygienic and not to miss school, be able to go to school all year round. We will uncap the National Health Insurance Levy. Currently, there's a cap on the levy, and so a certain portion of the levy goes into the consolidated fund. And so the Health Insurance Authority is not able to pay the health facilities, reimburse them for the services that they provide. We will uncap the health insurance so that all the National Health Insurance Levy will go into the National Health Insurance Fund so that they can pay the hospitals for looking after our people. And of course, this is associated with it. We'll reprioritize the health sector by ensuring timely releases of payment to service providers. We'll establish the Ghana Medical Care Trust, into brackets, somebody calls it Mahama Cares, to support persons with chronic diseases such as kidney failure, cancer, sickle cell, diabetes, hypertension, and other health-related diseases. We'll also introduce the community pharmacy concept, and that will encourage people to go to your local pharmacy and go have your blood pressure taken and your sugar checked, so that if you have diabetes or high blood pressure, we're able to know early so that you can get treatment and be able to survive. We'll implement free primary health care services. So if you go to a CHIPS compound or a health center, whether you have a national health insurance card or not, you will be treated for free. And so from the health center level down, polyclinic, health center, CHIPS compound, if you go, you'll be treated for free. From the district referral hospital upwards, you use your your national health insurance card and you receive treatment. We will expand health infrastructure to restore the automatic employment and timely deployment of health workers. And so we're not going to wait till elections are coming and announce that we've opened the recruitment portal. The recruitment portal will be open and will do continuous employment of health workers, doctors, and nurses. We need a first-class children's hospital in Ghana. The existing children's hospital has outlived its usefulness. And so we're going to construct a state-of-the-art 500-bed specialist children's hospital in Accra. And so children who have sicknesses that cannot be handled in other parts of the country will come to Accra. There will be specialist pediatricians there to give them the care they deserve. Of course, we'll construct a state-of-the-art, I've said that one. We'll also construct a fertility center, there are a lot of mothers who cannot have children just because there's something wrong with the reproductive system. It can be corrected, and they can have babies and enjoy the joy of motherhood. But currently, the prices that the private fertility hospitals charge are out of the range of most mothers. And so government will step in. We'll build a fertility center where mothers who want children can come for consultation, and they will be given the treatment so that they also can enjoy the joy of motherhood. I'll go quickly. We'll expand the facilities at the whole teaching hospital in order that it can provide specialist services and also be a quaternary hospital to serve the University of Health and Allied Sciences. In the whole of the OT corridor up to the northeastern part of the country, there's no trauma hospital. And so we'll build a trauma hospital there so that persons who are involved in accidents on the Eastern Corridor Road will have a place where they can be treated properly before they are transferred. We'll establish modern dialysis centers in hospitals in regions that don't have them. Currently, most of Upper West, my own hometown, Bole, and other places, if you have a kidney ailment, the only place you can go for treatment is in Kumasi. And you have to go with your wife, your family, you have to find a place to stay. It is a burden. And so we want to make sure that every region has a modern dialysis center so that we can ease the burden on persons with kidney ailments. We will build modern hospitals in Boko, Yendi, and other underserved areas. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 24-hour. This is the 24-hour economic clock. One job, 3 shifts, 3 people. 1, 3, 3. One job, 3 shifts, 3 people. Obiabe Didi. Ezu. Extraordinary problems require extraordinary solutions for extraordinary results. And so businesses and public organizations will be encouraged to operate 24/7 in 3 shifts of 8 hours each. This will boost production, it will increase employment and provide well-paying jobs. It will transform Ghana into an import substitution and export-led country. It will increase employment opportunities and revenue, and it will enhance access to public services. We will focus on some selected public institutions that have huge customer traffic. For instance, the ports and harbors should be open 24/7. That means we have to employ more workers at the port. We have to employ more customs officers, more Gapoha workers, more forklift operators and all that. We need customs. Customs should work 24/7, 3 shifts, so that at any time your items come, customs at any time of the day is open for business. You can go and process your import things, papers, and take your things out of the port. We must have a passport office that is operating longer than 8 hours, so that people who need passports and other such documentation can have access to it. We must have a DVLA that is working more shifts than 1 shift, so that more people can get their licenses processed in a shorter time than the current waiting time. In the private sector, the sectors that we are looking to promote and encourage to run 24/7 and 3 shifts are first the agro-processing sector. That is those who will process our cassava into cassava starch, cassava flour, gari and all that. There's a huge market in Africa for all these products and in other parts of the world. Manufacturing, that is industry. Manufacturing, that is industry. And so the textiles industry, the fruit juice making industry, all the industries, the iron and steel industry will be encouraged to run 24/7. The pharmaceutical sector, we want Ghana to be the pharmaceutical hub of the whole of Africa, so that we'll produce medicines here and export them to all other African countries. Construction sites, we want our construction companies to work 24/7 all year, all hours round, so that they can deliver our infrastructure faster than they currently do. Financial services, the same. Sanitation and garbage collection. It is better to collect garbage, bola, in the night, rather than collect the bola and be competing with cars in the daytime when we have rush hour traffic. Extractive industries, the mines, mining bauxite, mining gold, mining manganese, lithium, they must work 24/7, 3 shifts every day. Hospitality industry, our restaurants, our discotheques, our nightclubs, our hotels, 24/7, 24 hours a day. Retail centers, all the malls, there's no reason why you should shut. People can come in the night time and buy items, so they should work longer than 8 hours. Transportation services, there should be buses running 24 hours so that people who have to go to their jobs can be able to get a bus to go to their jobs. Security services, we need safety and security to be able to implement the 24-hour economy. And so we need more police officers, we need more soldiers, we need more prison officers, more fire service officers, more customs, more immigration. Now the support package for 24-hour businesses is to stimulate demand for 24-hour economic goods and services. And this will be supported by strategic investments in infrastructure, in security, in energy. We'll have public and private security architecture, cheaper and reliable electricity, that is the time of use tariff. So in the night when we're not using much of the power and it's going to waste, we can supply it to the 24-hour economy enclave at cheaper rates than we currently charge. Tax incentives to companies that will sign up for the 24-hour economy, they'll be given tax incentives so they pay lower taxes so they can reinvest what they have saved back into increasing their production. We'll give them support from the Ghana Exim Bank, especially for the agro-processing and manufacturing sectors that are going to be exporting. We'll support SMEs operating capacity with catalytic investments to upgrade and generate jobs. The Accelerated Export Development Council, I'm going to chair that personally. We want to accelerate our exports. We're going to register more Ghanaian goods on the African Continental Free Trade Area so that we can export to other countries. And I'm going to chair that personally. And we'll meet every month and appraise where we are at in terms of encouraging Ghanaian businesses to export. This Accelerated Export Development Council will promote exports under the 24-hour economy. My running mate will talk more about this, so I will jump it. Women's Development Bank. It will give low interest loans, particularly to women's businesses. She will talk more about it, so let's jump it. The National Apprenticeship Program will be for self-employment, and it will also help people who have come out of school at different levels who want to go and learn a skill, but their parents are unable to pay the masters for them to go and learn. The government, through the district assemblies, is going to register all master craftsmen we're going to pay them and assign these young people to them so that they can learn a skill to go into the world of work. Next slide. Free technical and vocational training for young people. The time for grammar school education has passed. The time where you were judged by the long grammar you could speak has passed. We now need more technicians, more mechanics, more plumbers, more artisans. And so we're going to shift our focus from grammar school and build more technical and vocational educational schools so that our children who leave free SHS, who leave JHS and are unable to continue, can go and train as apprentices and be graduated with certificates. We'll provide them with startup capital to be able to start their own small businesses. We'll also use NVTI to train and test them so that they can get their certificates to enter the world of work. We have what we call the Jumara program. And this is the entrepreneurial program. Nobody says you must finish school and become an employee. You can finish school and become an employer and employ employees. And so every year we want to target 10,000 youth entrepreneurs to set up their own businesses. We'll mentor them, we'll monitor them, we'll supervise them until they're able to stand on their own feet, and they will employ their colleagues instead of becoming employees. Business development. We exempt new and small businesses, that is small and medium enterprises, new and small businesses that are registered, and personal income tax of those businesses from the first 2 years after they are incorporated. So if you are a young person under this program and you set up your business, for 2 years you won't pay any corporate income tax. You start paying after 2 years. Because we want the business to be able to get a grounding and be able to stand on its feet before they start paying taxes. We'll review the Customs Amendment Act to scrap the ban on salvage vehicles. Not everybody can afford a new vehicle. And so their vehicles in good shape, they must have had a small accident. We have young people in the magazine who are repairing these vehicles. If we say we're banning these vehicles, we're throwing those young people out of work. And so we'll allow salvage vehicles to come in so that other people can buy vehicles at affordable rates. And if we do this, it will save the local automotive industry. And so the Swami magazine, the Kokompes, the Aboso Kinds will continue to do their business even as we set up an automobile industry. We'll support the redevelopment of Kokompe, Aboso Kind, and all those magazines so that it creates a more congenial environment for people to come and do business. We'll implement a Made in Ghana agenda for the production and consumption of Made in Ghana goods. Government is going to use its budget to buy Made in Ghana goods first. It's only when you can't get that good that you'll be allowed to buy a foreign product. If the good is produced in Ghana, you must buy it first. And so we're going to use government's financial muscle to encourage local production of goods and services. If you are a foreign industry and you want us to buy your goods, come and establish the factory here and produce what you want us to buy here. We'll launch an Export Ghana policy, and it is the Accelerated Economic Development Council that is going to oversee this Export Ghana policy. And we're going to use that policy to facilitate exports under African Continental Free Trade Area and also the ECOWAS trade liberalization. We'll enhance the role of the Ghana Exim Bank in financing non-traditional exports. We'll readjust their focus so that they are putting money into industries that are exporting products, so that we can give them capital at a cheaper rate. Money yo, am I right? A money yo pension scheme. We'll introduce a money yo pension scheme so that persons in the informal sector who want to put something aside for their pension and their retirement can put 10 Ghana cedis a day, 5 Ghana cedis a week, 50 Ghana cedis a week. They will keep paying it so that when it gets to their turn for retirement, they have some money that they can rely on. We'll also This pension scheme will cover commercial drivers and my dear Okada riders. They will also be part of the pension scheme. It will also be extended to small-scale miners, farmers, fishermen, traders, and market women. People who receive cash on daily basis. You put a little aside. If it's every week, you go and pay it into the money, or you can use your mobile phone and pay, and your account will keep being updated. So after 15 years, that money has been invested. When you are retiring, you have your pot of money so that you can be getting a pension every month in your old age. Digital jobs initiatives. We'll partner the private sector to invest $3 billion to leverage ICT for jobs. And this will be through the 1 million coders program. We announced this in 2020, and we didn't win power, so we couldn't implement it. Somebody lifted it from our 2020 manifesto and quickly put it out as if it was theirs. I said, go and look in 2020, you see that we had already put it there. But we will continue with our 1 million coders program to train 1 million people in coding and web development, software engineering, and others. We will stimulate demand for made in Ghana software. We are exporting a lot of hard currency. When we import goods, we know that we are sending foreign currency out to buy those goods. When we import food, we are sending money out to buy that food. But when we send money out to pay copyright to Microsoft, to Oracle, to all the people whose software we are running on our banks and all our online portals and all that, nobody sees it. And so if we are going to train 1 million coders to do software, web hosting and all that, we must create a demand for it locally. And so government will first see if we have the available software in-house before we allow anybody to buy software from outside. And so we exchange payments for subscriptions to overseas vendors. We establish regional digital centers for business process outsourcing. Business process outsourcing is when you sit in Ghana and you get a contract from abroad to do a certain job. You're able to do it from here without being physically there. And so you can process parking tickets in New York. You can process various items that they want. At times when they have gone to bed, they need somebody to be taking calls and responding to clients. They sometimes outsource it to other countries. Ghana is a good center to take advantage of this because our English is even clearer than many of the other countries that are doing the business process outsourcing. So people want Ghana to expand. Invest 50 million in a fintech growth fund to promote digital entrepreneurs. I announced this long ago when I met the fintech entrepreneurs. Set up zonal ICT parks to make Ghana the innovation, artificial intelligence, and cyber security center of Africa. Redevelop the Dawa ICT park into a world center of excellence. Ghana's first flagship program for jobs. We'll work with the private sector to make Ghana the hub for pharmaceutical production. I've announced this already. We want our pharmaceutical industry to export drugs to all other African countries and other places. We'll develop an integrated aluminum industry for industrialization. We'll invest in the production of plastics, fertilizers, and other synthetic materials here. Expansion of the automotive and vehicle assembly sector. With this one, government is going, if we budget to buy vehicles, we're going to buy vehicles that have been assembled in Ghana. We will not buy vehicles from outside and bring them in. So all those who have set up automotive assembly plants here, if government needs vehicles every year, we're going to buy those vehicles from them, not from outside. We will promote light industrial manufacture, especially in the textiles and electronic products. Today I was speaking with an investor, and he was talking about the textiles industry. And I told him, I said, unfortunately, we're not producing our own cotton. And he said, you don't need to produce your own cotton now. You can import cotton from Burkina Faso. You can import cotton from Benin and start your textile industry. And when you have started it, you can backward integrate it in your own cotton production. Brilliant idea. So I told him, on 8th January, I'll be in the office. Come and see me, and let's start working. And so we'll revamp the textile and cotton and allied industries. We'll set up agro-industrial zones in all regions. I've said this already. We'll get a site in every region. Government will clear the site. We'll develop the site. We'll bring water, electricity to the site. And any private sector developer who wants to produce to buy agro products and process can come and get a land within the agro processing zone and start his business, so that he doesn't have to go. And quarrel with families. They'll sell him land. Another person will come. No, the land was not for this one. Government will secure the land so that they can easily set up their businesses. Establish mini processing plants for cassava, tomatoes, fruits. Set up cashew processing factories in Bono East and Ahafo, where we have the most cashew. Set up ginger processing plants in Oti. We look at the comparative advantage of every region, and we will set up the plants that suit that region. We're not doing one district, one factory. We're looking at every region's comparative advantage, and we'll put in the processing capacity that will make use of their products. Facilitate the construction of 20 medium-scale animal feed processing plants and revamp the collapsing poultry industry. One of the major inputs that goes into poultry and livestock is the feed. It is very expensive because we import a lot of it currently. If we're producing more of it, we can get a lower price for the feed. And so we'll set up 20 feed processing plants so that they can process and produce feed locally. One area is the Bono area. I know the Doma area, there's a lot of poultry. We'll give poultry cages to all the young people who want to do poultry. Exim Bank will give them assistance to produce the chicken. We'll produce cold storage facilities and processing facilities so they can process their chicken and keep it in the cold storage facilities ready for the market. Establish, it's gone. Okay. Agriculture for jobs. We want to make agriculture more attractive through modernization to ensure food security and job creation. We'll reduce food inflation to lower the high cost of living through our Agriculture for Economic Transformation program. We'll roll out a Feed Ghana program, which is to boost food production, guarantee food security, and supply raw materials to industry. And this is my favorite project, to establish farmers' service centers in all agricultural production areas. And in each farmer service center, there will be tractors, there will be harvesters, there will be plows, there will be harrows, there will be planters, everything you need to do modernized farming. And our farmers are going to be registered within the catchment area of the farmer service center. And at the beginning of the year, you go to your the planting season, you go to your farmer service center, they'll provide you with the services, give you the fertilizer, give you the improved seeds, plow for you, plant for you. And when you harvest and you sell your crops, you come and pay the cost of the inputs that they gave you. We'll create farm banks with agricultural zones to ease access to land and irrigation facilities for agricultural purposes and encourage young people to go into farming. We need to bring more of our land into irrigation, because you know what happened this year. There was a drought in the north and parts of Bono region. For almost 8 weeks, the rain didn't fall, and so people have lost their crops. And so we'll go more for irrigations, even if small scale, boreholes. We have the Volta River, all along the banks of the Volta River, we can develop irrigation facilities. Promoting good governance and combating corruption. Remarkably reduce the size of government to 60 ministers. No more than 60 ministers. And so there will be other things for other people to do. We all can be ministers. I know when I say 60 ministers, I say, there are people aiming to become ministers. But we all can be ministers, so we would choose 60 ministers, but others would have other assignments that they can do. Address the benefit disparities between Article 71 holders. I've said this already. We have two public servants, Article 71, and then the others who are under the fair wages. And so we want to bridge the disparity between them so that all of us come under an independent emoluments committee, and our salaries and emoluments are determined from the smallest watchman to the president. We will determine our salaries and wages. A ruthless war against corruption. Operation Recover All the Loot, oral. Is to prohibit political appointees and politically exposed persons, not only political appointees and politically exposed persons, and all serving public officials from purchasing state assets. So it's not only me who cannot buy a state asset. My wife Lodina cannot buy a state asset. My son Sharaf or Shahid or Farida cannot buy a state asset because they are politically exposed persons. Reopen investigations into major unresolved cases, including the Ayawasu West Wogombai election violence, the 2020 election killings, the unresolved murder of Ahmed Swale and Silas Wolo Chami. There are all these cases that occurred under this administration. They refused to investigate them. Even where they've investigated, they've refused to implement the reports. They've not paid any compensation to the persons who are affected. We're going to look at all that and we'll deal with it. Dedicate equitable attention to all levels of education. Improve free SHS. Improve the quality of food for our children. Cancel the double track so that all our children can go to school at the same time. We are going to provide dedicated and sustainable source of funding for free SHS. The problem with the free SHS is it has no dedicated funding, and so it's subject to the hazards of the budget. And often the consolidated fund does not release funds, and so children go hungry because the funds have not arrived. Decentralize the procurement of food for SHSs to boost local economies. The feeding grant will go to the schools, to the headmasters and the bezzers, and they will go to the local market and buy the beans, the granules, the rice, the cassava dough, the agbelima, the meat from the local market, so that the town in which the school is located can also benefit from that. It will also allow the headmasters to provide more nutritious foods than the current system. I said this already, implement a no academic fees policy for level 100 students, no fee stress policy. We'll use 5G and low Earth orbit systems to improve the quality of education across the country by extending course tutorials to students everywhere. We have good masters in different schools, and so for us, perhaps the best mathematics master is in Wesley Girls. The best French teacher is in Ghana Secondary School. The best geography teacher is in GSTS. Ghana Education Service will select these teachers, and they will be filmed teaching the course online. They will teach online, and we'll upload this course content on YouTube, and so you can go on YouTube and download what you want. If it's mathematics, you download it. If it's geography, you download it. But at the same time, it will be available on demand. And because we're going to put Starlink internet satellites on every secondary school, the teachers can use the Starlink to show the children the demonstration by these teachers. And so you can be in Bunkurugu Secondary School. The best maths master in Wesley Girls will be teaching you because you'll be able to download his course material. That's the Basintali boy. We'll provide free tertiary education. I've said that already. We'll provide continuing students with financial assistance. We're going to reintroduce what we had started, which is the Student Loan Fund Trust Fund Plus. It's a Student Loan Plus. And so it's an enhanced student loan. You get more money from the Student Loan Plus, and you only start paying when you get employment, when you leave school. Implement a bed for all. We have a bed for all program. Our tertiary institutions have huge lands that are not utilized. Normally when we want to build a university, we take a huge piece of land, and after many years, part of the land is still lying fallow, and even people are encroaching on the lands. And so we're going to sit with the universities and carve out a part of their land. And we're going to get the private sector. We'll do a design of hostels. If you're interested in investing your money in the hostel, you will build the hostel, we'll regulate the charges, and you will pay for the cost of it over a period of time, and you can make your profit. So that more of our children can have accommodation on campus. That is the Bed for All program. The hostels will be built by the private sector. They will build it, they will charge the fees, but we will sit with them and regulate the fees so that they are not too exorbitant. What else? Legislation to streamline and regulate the award of government scholarships. Government scholarships have been fraught with a lot of, let me say, kalabule. We want to streamline it, and as I've said, persons with conflict of interest will not be allowed to apply for scholarships. I would not apply for a scholarship for my children. None of my ministers will do it. Any political appointee must not apply for scholarships. You must pay for yourself. Leave the scholarships for the children of the underprivileged. Those who cannot afford it are the ones who must get the scholarships. And we're going to do that. We'll abolish teacher licensure exams. We'll abolish teacher licensure exams and integrate it into the licensing process in their final year exam. We'll institute the Teacher Dabre project. And what this means is that any new school we are building must be accompanied by accommodation for teachers. We're not going to build classroom blocks anymore without teacher accommodation. Every new classroom block, every school must have teacher accommodation. And we'll also accelerate providing accommodation by the existing schools that do not have them. And that will be the Teacher Dabre. It means where teacher will sleep program. In consultation with the stakeholders, we would push ahead with the implementation. This has been on the drawing board for a long time. That is 20% basic salary, special allowance for teachers and health workers who accept postings to rural areas. Most of our teachers and health workers don't want to go to rural areas. Everybody wants to serve in the city. And so we're going to map out what we define as rural areas. If you accept posting to go there, you get 20% of your basic salary as an incentive, as an allowance to teach in the rural area. Expand infrastructure to ensure prompt employment of nurses and teachers. And so that is also part of it. Assist teachers to own their own vehicles of their choice by offering flexible duty payment arrangements and employer guarantees in partnership with teacher unions and the banking sector. We will encourage teachers to take loans to own their own cars, teachers and other public sector workers. And so your bank will pay for the car, we will deduct it from your salary and pay straight to the bank. And what we'll do is, we will not waive the duty on the vehicle. What we'll do is, we'll allow you to pay the duty in small installments until you finish paying the duty, so that the car is yours. You'll be using the car while paying bit by bit by bit. I didn't say 1 cedi, 2 cedis. That would take 1,000 years to pay. But it will be a percentage of your salary that will go towards paying off the cost of the car and the installment payments of the duties. This is going to be the age of the railways. We have paid lip service to building railways for a long time, and this time we want to make a move on it. It's going to be done by build, operate, and transfer. Because we've been shut out of the international credit market, there's no way we can go on the capital market and borrow to build railway lines. We're going to offer an expression of interest, transparent, to companies that are willing to invest in our railways, and they will bring the money, they will build the railway lines, and all the revenue will go towards repaying the railway lines. And so if it takes 25 years to repay. They will control it for 25 years. After 25 years, when they have recouped their money, then we'll sit down with them and then they will transfer the assets to the government of Ghana. And so the western and eastern lines will be connected to the landlocked countries. And so there will be a line that joins from the western and eastern lines and goes up north to Burkina Faso, so that we can send Burkina Faso containers up to their country, and we can bring down their cotton and their imports down to the ports for export. Construct urban intracity railways and bus rapid transit. The time has come for us to take some of our people off the roads. Many countries are moving in that direction, and so there are light railways that supplement the urban transport system. And so we'll do a feasibility study and see how we can get BOTs to start light transit rail. Promoting responsible mining, ban issuance of new mining leases and activities in forest reserves. We're going to close the forest reserves and get all those Akunta mining and all of them who have desecrated our forest reserves. We are going to march them out of the forest reserves. Some of those trees in the forest reserves are 700, 800,000 years old. And just because you want to take a little gold from there, you go and destroy the whole forest reserve. That is why we're having drought in our country. That is part of the reason why our cocoa industry is going down. Because we're not getting enough rainfall. Because looking for that small gold they will get, they are destroying all the forest reserves and destroying the climate in our country. So those there, get ready, start packing your things. After 7th January, if you are not out of the forest reserve, we are going to come and march you out of the forest reserve. We'll establish mining cooperatives in all mining districts. We'll set up a gold board that will be responsible for buying gold from the small-scale mining sector. The way we have the cocoa board, buying cocoa from the farmers, we'll have a gold board that will buy all the gold from the small-scale miners. It will send it to our own refinery to be refined, and we'll export refined gold and get all the value addition instead of sending the raw bullion out the way we are currently doing. Decentralized regulatory licensing and processes for artisanal miners. That is setting up offices of the Minerals Commission in all mining districts. Implement a blue water initiative to heal and harness the environment. We're going to clean the poisoned waters that have been poisoned by mining so that we can discharge those waters back into our rivers. We're also going to hire the young people in tree growing. And so in the areas where mining has finished, we will level the ground, close all the holes, and we'll have young boys from the community. We'll pay them a stipend every month. We'll give them abobo yas. We'll put polytanks in there so that they can plant trees on the mined out land so that we can reclaim the land. Implement a tree for life reforestation policy. This is what I just talked about. And so we're going to plant commercial trees like cocoa, palm, and rubber on the lands that have been reclaimed. Implement a blue water initiative. I just talked about it. So these are just tidbits of what you are going to see in the manifesto. My running mate and Vice President of the Republic of Ghana to be Jenana Opoku-Agyeman and other experts will go into more detail in some of the areas that I've touched on. But this is just a tidbit of what we are to see. I'll come back after with the 120-day agenda. That is when I'm elected on 7th January 2025. Within 120 days, I have a social contract with the people of Ghana. I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm going to do in my first 120 days. Thank you very much.
Tomorrow we take the first step towards resetting our dear nation, Ghana. We face challenges that have held us back for too long. But now it's time to build the Ghana we all want together. Join me from WINNEBA in the Central Region as I unveil a vision for our future.
Hello. Yeah, we're having a little challenge with technology. There is a short documentary that we're going to play for you. So kindly bear with us. Choboy. Our nation needs a reset. Our democracy needs a reset. Our economy needs a reset. And our attitudes need what? A reset. These are the words of the nation builder, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Another round of applause for him. He's a visionary who is coming to the presidency with the benefits of hindsight and experience. A man who fears God, a man who speaks the truth. And because he speaks the truth, he speaks like a president. So when he is speaking, he stands at one place, he doesn't move up and down. And you can see that his suit is not wet, like somebody we know. Choboy. So His Excellency will be back. But before we move on, there is a huge crowd out there made up of committed, dedicated, loyal NDC constituency executives, regional executives, branch executives, and members of the party. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give all of them a round of applause. Choboy. So, if you listen to His Excellency's speech, there was one policy that he really majored on. That policy is dear to his heart. Because that policy is the solution to the biggest problem confronting our nation today, and that is the problem of high unemployment. This policy is what organized labor, the TUC, says is what? A game changer. Choboy. And so because of how important this policy is, and because His Excellency wants this policy to go viral to every nook and cranny of Ghana, today we are officially launching the official song of the 24-hour economy policy. Are you happy? Look, I can bet you that this is not a song you can sit down and listen to. I can bet even those on the front seat that they will stand up and dance. DJ, let the music flow. ready for the 24-hour economy? A Yezu. Ladies and gentlemen, the leader has spoken. You know, in our tradition, when the chief speaks, the linguist now expatiates and explain what the chief has said. The NDC has a men and women to explain the broad message our flag bearer has put out in various thematic areas. Choboy. And so we will now call some thematic speakers to come and shed light on some of the key policies contained in the manifesto. And to start this session is a man who served as a deputy finance minister between 2013 and 7 January 2017. He's been a ranking member in Parliament for Finance. And because of his sterling leadership, he was promoted, and today he's a leader of the NDC caucus in Parliament. He is a proud son of this region, the Central Region. The Member of Parliament for the good people of Ejumaku Enyan is Siam. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, welcome to the microphone the Minority Leader, Honorable Dr. Atoforsen.
Ayezu, Choboi, fellow countrymen and women, you have just listened to the leader and the flag bearer of the great NDC, and God willing, the next president of the Republic of Ghana. My duty here is to present highlights of key policies of the next NDC government as captured in the Manifesto 2024. Colleagues, to achieve our fiscal policy and economic goals, the next NDC government will aggressively pursue the following policies. 1. We'll reset the entire fiscal framework to achieve efficient resource mobilization and effective utilization of public funds. 2. We will shift from the over-concentration of the macroeconomy to the microeconomy, where investment in the real sector will anchor sustainable macroeconomic environment and economic growth. We will implement an enduring economic policy to build sustainable economic buffers to stabilize and cushion the Ghana cedi. We will undertake a number of reforms. First is the value-added tax reform, VAT reforms. Currently, Ghana's effective VAT rate is about 22%. In fact, the highest in Africa. This is because Get Fund levy of 2.5%, National Health Insurance levy of another 2.5%, and COVID levy of 1% are all added to the statutory VAT rate of 15% for the final determination of a value-added tax. Businesses are not allowed to deduct their input VAT for NHIL, Get Fund, and COVID levy. Aside the high effective VAT rate, Ghanaians are compelled to pay 3 and 6% of flat rate for VAT purposes. This effectively defeats the key principles of the input-output of the value-added tax regime. In fact, some businesses are now unable to cope with this high tax regime, and as a result, they are relocating from Ghana to places like Togo, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, and Nigeria. It's also a fact that this is part of the reasons why some of our citizens, particularly professionals, are migrating out of our country in droves in search for greener pastures. The NPP government has distorted Ghana's value-added tax policy by implementing both sales tax and value-added tax at the same time. This is indeed the height of incompetence on the part of MPP in tax policy formulation and administration. Our pledge: the next NDC government will undertake a comprehensive review of Ghana's VAT regime. This is indeed intended to provide a relief for households and businesses. We will therefore adhere to the underlying input-output principles of the value-added tax regime. The next NDC government will do the following: 1. Abolish the COVID levy. 2. Will reverse the decoupling of the GET Fund, NHIL, and COVID levy from the value-added tax system. Will reduce the effective VAT rate from the 22% to a bearable limit. Will reverse the VAT flat rate and will upwardly adjust the VAT registration threshold to exempt micro and small businesses from the collection of value-added tax. We will improve VAT compliance through public education and awareness. Aside the VAT reforms, we will also undertake a public debt management reforms. In fact, to restore confidence in Ghana's economy and the capital market, and to prevent a repeat of President Akufo-Addo and Vice President Bawumia's reckless and excessive borrowing that resulted in crude and painful haircuts, the next NDC government will establish an independent public debt management office to ensure effective public debt management. We'll also review and enforce the Fiscal Responsibility Act, Act 982, and implement a fiscal consolidation plan to ensure fiscal discipline. We will also implement a deliberate policy to build sustainable economic buffers to cushion and stabilize the Ghana city. We will also undertake a public expenditure management reforms, and in doing so, we will tackle the wastage of public funds and ensure prudent expenditure management, and we will also do the following. We will establish an independent value for money office to scrutinize government procurement above a threshold to be determined by Parliament. We'll reset the entire fiscal framework and implement a robust fiscal policy regime for effective utilization of public funds. Colleagues, historically, the Ghanaian economy has been the second largest in West Africa, aside Nigeria. But Ghana has lost its enviable position to Côte d'Ivoire due to lack of investment and dedicated policy towards economic transformation and growth. As at end 2016, the size of Ghana's economy was 55 billion Ghana cedis, representing the second in West Africa, while that of Côte d'Ivoire was 48 billion Ghana cedis, the third largest in West Africa. However, in 2022, Ghana lost its enviable position of the second largest economy in West Africa to Côte d'Ivoire. As at the time, in the year 2022, Ghana's GDP was $73 billion, while that of Ivory Coast was $75 billion. So since independence, for the first time, Ivory Coast overtook us in terms of the size of GDP as at the year 2022. This situation is projected to worsen by end of this year, while the Ivory Coast GDP is projected to be $89 billion. Ghana's projected GDP by end of this year is estimated to be $75 billion. Honorable members and colleagues, in order to reverse this downward trend, the next NDC government will introduce and implement a $10 billion big push. This big push is aimed at driving the needed focus and investment for economic growth and transformation. The big push will be a major economic policy of the next NDC government with 4 key economic growth poles. First is the Western Corridor Economic Enclave project, and then second is the Eastern Corridor Golden Growth Agenda. The third is the Transformational Road Transport Plan, and the fourth is the Cocoa and Palm Economic Crop Rejuvenation Program. Ladies and gentlemen, the NPP government has been a monumental failure. They have destroyed our livelihood. They have indeed driven our economy aground. They have collapsed Ghana's cocoa sector. They have wasted and dissipated Ghana's public fund. They have destroyed our good governance. They have reversed the progress of our country. They have delivered crude and painful haircuts across board. They have corrupted the moral fiber of our dear country. And of course, they have implemented the Ejapadiye state capture plan. Let me say, fellow countrymen and women, that the time has come for us to come together to restore our country and reset our country. Many of them Ghana for Abani or the Hochero Stronko or the Abraham. Abani waits in a woo. Yada yenda. A Juman Yuho, in Branson Yedumanye, in Katesia Suwanye Dumanye. Yaraka Siciliary, Serious Kumpa and Yimidarabaye. Wama Hochero Kasaba, Diatoto Sramonye. Abani or Sudan Kasa on to me Yemwenye. Baby, I was a Ghana question. Sambaka Moho, Ambaka President Mahama Noho, Ambaka Ya Treva, Yen sister, Yama me, Professor Nana Jane, Opoko Ajima Noho, Ne Yambua Yem Papa or your President John Mahama Wa, Minianom, and Watchern or begging Semifigana. Diatoto Sramo de, Mumbua and Fifi Mantomofo. Mwamu Yimide NDC party, they Yaka party organ Yawa, Onini NDC party. In Bridiaraba, Wabwahen, Yatutu Sramuina. Mumba Kanyaho, Nayan Yagana Onye, Sunday baby Agana Rokon, Waya Mutsododo, baby or money quay, Sayan Kambum, Nasayam J or money and fee MPP Wonsema, a query or Bessay, Madame Asibe Yamishra Muina.
That is our minority leader in Parliament, the Honorable Atokeso. Forson. We are moving straight to agriculture and agribusiness, and we are inviting on stage the Honorable Eric Opoku, MP for Isunafo South and ranking member for the Parliamentary Committee on Food and Agriculture. The Honorable Eric Opoku. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Your Excellency, the incoming President of the Republic of Ghana, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I crave your indulgence to stand on the established protocols to dissect the agricultural policies of the next NDC government. The agricultural sector is confronted with low production, low productivity, food losses, limited markets, and poor access to credit, among others. These have largely been occasioned by low investment in the agricultural modernization and the entire value chain, leading to food insecurity and the alarmingly high food inflation the nation is grappling with. Also confronting the sector is the problem of climate change and environmental degradation, aggravated by the increased rate of illegal mining. It is estimated that Ghana spends $2 billion, cedi equivalent of almost 32 billion, to import food annually to supplement local production. This places undue pressure on the cedi. Hence, the exchange rate, which was $1 to 4 cedis in 2016, is now $1 to almost 16 cedis in Ghana. We import tomatoes, pepper, onions, palm oil, among several other items. Trade data from Ghana Vegetable Producers and Exporters Association indicate that the annual tomato import from neighboring Burkina Faso has hit a staggering $400 million from an estimated $99.5 million in 2018. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in 2022, our national demand for pepper was 314,000 metric tons, out of which 121 metric tons, constituting 38.5%, was produced locally and 61.5% imported. Ghana spent a whopping $354.9 million on the importation of pepper into Ghana. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, food inflation, which was 22.6% in May 2024, is a major contributor to inflation in Ghana. The World Bank has ranked Ghana 6th in Africa with the highest food inflation. Ghana, which recorded its lowest food inflation of 5% in July 2024 under John Dramani Mahama, has recorded its highest of 61% in January 2023 under Nana-Addo Bawumia government. According to the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, in terms of the prevalence of moderate or severe food insecurity in Ghana, 12.9 million people, or 39.4% of the total population, were affected in 2022. According to the World Bank, the rising food inflation has pushed 850,000 people into poverty, joining the 6 million already in that category. Ghana has paid $12 million for the Pualugu multipurpose dam, for which no work has been done. Ghana's unemployment rate hit 14.7% in 2023. Ghana has expended almost $3 billion on a program called Planting for Food and Jobs, intended to ensure food availability and affordability. Yet, food inflation is ballooning. The next NDC government is committed to addressing these challenges through an Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda, ITA, which will focus on modernizing agriculture and promoting agribusiness to reduce food inflation, ensure food security, boost exports, and create sustainable jobs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of the strategies crafted for the realization of the ITA is the Feed Ghana program, which will drive our nation towards food sufficiency. The program is imperative considering the imbalances between food production and consumption in Ghana. Under this program, the NDC government will feed the Ghanaian people as well as Ghanaian industries. We will foster symbiotic relationships between agriculture and industry to unlock the full potentials of our state and liberate the entire citizenry from abject poverty. Interventions for the realization of the objectives include, under food crops, the implementation of a transformational grains development project to increase the local production of maize, rice, soya beans, and sorghum. Production of roots and tubers through investment in research and the adoption of locally manufactured and approved technology. Restructure and strengthen the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, GIDA. Implementing a vegetable development project called Yeridua to enhance the production of tomatoes, onions, pepper, and other vegetables. Under poultry, we are going to revamp the collapsing poultry industry by providing incentives for farmers and promoting local consumption under the Made in Ghana agenda. Rolling out a poultry farm-to-table project in collaboration with Poultry Farmers Association to boost poultry production. Implementing a broiler production cooperatives project involving at least 160,000 rural women each, producing 100 eggs every 6 months. Roll out a livestock development project to boost meat and dairy production, especially of cattle, piggery, and small ruminants. The NDC will increase productivity and development of fisheries, aquaculture, and the blue economy as follows. Establish a blue economy commission that will conserve marine and freshwater resources of the country and use them in a sustainable way to enhance economic development. Enhance aquaculture through improved fish genetics, commercial fingerling production, strengthen quality assurance and disease control, and support research and development in fisheries and aquaculture through institutional resources. Restore efficient pre-mixed fuel distribution through landing beach committees. Provide technology to fishers and enhance sea security to optimize fishing operations. And we are Ghana cocoa, maybe I could do Sesiano. Cocoa, you might say, I will make cocoa, Ewurabena pencil 2016. Yati cocoa, 969,000 tons. And then I was saying, cocoa Ghana train or after 2024, you know, 450,000 tons. Cocoa Ewurabena toye 2013 cocoa board nyamfaso, 2014 cocoa board nyamfaso, 2015 cocoa board nyamfaso. Ebra Nana Akufo-Addo ene Bawumia ebedi akonwan 2017 cocoa board boka, 2018 cocoa board boka, 2019 cocoa board boka, 2020 cocoa board boka, 2021 cocoa board boka, 2022 cocoa board boka. Arawusam say 2023 omo di aba bontin say omo nyamfaso ye ka krom say nya no krese cocoa board nyamfaso omo si de nti omo nyamfaso no say omo tu omo kani bi ahyeda da chi ye fie nti utifiri mu dia omo nyamfaso na je say de cocoa board akodro no abusuafo say sia ye ka say for the first time in our history cocoa board ajibosia our banks e wo Ghana ha abusia no ye be 13 billion sa abusia no cocoa board say ontimi ntua nti wati ahyeda say da chi se nkwala wo Ghana no ba o ma ba betua atua eho ensi ho se si aye no mo ka say cocoa sika abanya ni nyina no dodo ni nyina no o mu yusu no office eno om de kakra bi ekọ akuafo no nchen 2021 om se Ghana nya cocoa 1,045,000 sabre no sika o mu yusu no office eye office expenditure na ye 1.7 billion Ghana cedis. 2022 cocoa yete ye no so tey ye nya 1 million bio ye nya 683,000 na so sika ye di no office no epeja free 1.7 billion ekodu 2.6 billion Ghana cedis. 2023 de see o man mu ya rahosam kra cocoa ye ton Ghana nyina ye 655,000 now so office expenditure eno kwa ye 3.4 billion Ghana cedis. Eti cocoa scan nyina no o ma yusu no office akuafo no enya ho faso bia enfiansu ni MPP abantua bonus ama akuani bia ada now so admayefo na ahwe cocoa no so aboka no omo de omo tua bonus e de ma wo mo ho sesi aye ka sei nyame yadma na watwe wa yanim no e wo se aban odi cocoa buo eba ebuo foforo a wode ma Ghana akuafo Ghana enfia aduasam yenu ni de ya ne say yakwa amansan dwom ne akwaje bosia esi hu wo fom ne ade abeto cocoa ne ade cocoa no akotuaka NDC town 2016 yakwa ya no yaje 1.8 billion dollars na ensi hu no eye 1.5%. Yetimi ye ni nyina kama etuaka oha obi anya den ama afia twa mu 2023 Ghana ekopa bosia na ne yepa 1.5 billion dollars yakwa emrafo no say omo hese ne yesi cocoa sector na yentimi ntua enti yenya 1.5 billion yenya 800 million dollars. 800 million dollars no yede beto cocoa na yenya cocoa ni nyina anto sika no so nyina sa enti duru bra se ekotua no yantimi antua ni nyina enti se yede akosi broni ka cocoa no ton baako 350,000 ton bia nso ye bag dunsia enti cocoa we yanim na sia no sayete a awose yete ton 350,000 ekotua ka ansa na de beka no yakuafo no atumi anya bi sesi a enei bosia yakopa beto cocoa no cocoa board ko ya anya bi wo ma twatro se o ma na so o mo nkoji bio no mu pe bi wo Ghana ha bosia na yagina brotre no ehun si hu no ya na so a Ghana ha bosia when you for 30% interest. And so better than what I say, and what the animal just over Jihadiana, and Una Ebawa. Now the autonomy of say, Cocoa board now match. Almost train kata, Akomama Babusian in our say, Obiama Namama Boye, na Yama Mumaya Bosia, Obden kata in our coin. I'm a woman share Munamsi Derby, the Amubaji and Monty and Tria. Yet the man will be a Wanyadi and Betmia Tria, and Tia Fiesi Kamamon. This is a CI. So will be a cocoa next week. Sikaya de beto cocoa were memono, a bayade. And now Minoka say, so put a cocoa back. Now I also cotona broche, our broche Joma. What's the Sabbath Ghana Sikanwa? Cocoa bag Ibiano, a 9,720 cities. 97 million cocoa bag back. And Tiasha Aubynn said 97 million. And you be Biacrano. If you have one of the cocoa, dear, 6,000 dear. I was all the man if you have one. So buy and fasa, I'm ma if you have one. I have 60 million. And yet, now a donkuma, Yane if you have one, a better, I buy the sutia. Again, NDC Aubynn say, Yabaye. Kuyajuman the Abaye, the other kind. Oma Kwajibosia, a try cocoa in Gusum Bedria, $600 million. Sikana sa. Cocoa no so Oman Tiania. Oma catch a say, Oman ya Mufo. Yera Jomama ni NDC say, so Yamidi ne Babe Diaconia ya. Yabayan share, no Quafua Yachamufa, Yanina, Abaya Buamo, Ama Yadiasa Cocoa Nina, Ama Cocoa no, Asaya Babio. Afei, Yabaya Cocoa colleges. Cocoa colleges. Our region said, Dia Cocoa Nina. Naya Trek the Cocoa Quafua. Sanya Bayo Hunu, Cocoa Manusi, Naya train one Manu Subi, Sanya Baya, see a fed my four, I'm my cocoa, no one Juma, Cocoa 4 months so, able to be I had many be. I've heard the others say, and this ya bind the Diaconia, Naya Waconasono, Yakoton Cocoa na, Nibuano, Yadimu, Jichemu Hano at your son 70%, and a Mercury 4. Sesia Cocoa was a CA, Abanu Chemu 9, Abai Famiansa. And what the Bako and Mercury. Ewurabena so be diakonya sa wo hwa akuafo yi a kokwa adwuma no so be dai ebeye yi enti sika beba kokko no no wo de dodo ni nyina be makuafo no na omo de adua kokko no dodo na magana nso so enya mfaso afa kokko kuani bia wo Ghana se Ewurabena be diakonya ya kokko kuani bia obeko hospital free health insurance unye bio ebize kokko board ebeye health insurance e de ama kokko kuani bia enti yama card na we kokko kuani a ya register we a wanya card no eno an se we dey call hospital ewu a kokko board besa renew ama wa kuani bia be call hospital won tua bio afei akuafo bonus na ayira no NDC aban besa de bonus na ye dai ababio afei nro eye fertilizer ye Ewurajo Mahama otogu ho say ye fanya kokko no otwetwe ho not for sale ebra ye fra konwa so ne enche fertilizer ni nwie na dodo na agu office ye nuanu man bi before ba no omso omo to fertilizer no 80 Ghana akuafo na ntimi anto into man ni gu office ho proy auditor general the report abrai of parliament say fertilizer e proy enko ano na ne bo eye 239 million Ghana cedis eye titisika no almost 240 billion omo man ni gu office SI kwa Ewurabena say the fertilizer ni babio sabaya kokko no beso obama akuafo free fertilizer yebama wonro na akuafo timi ayemfuo no ama kokko na ayedai aye kama afei kokko kuani bia wo Ghana ha Ewurabena say yama wasonte say se kuadwuma no be ya ejinamoso akande bia mu de be kokko adwuma no ebema kokko adwuma na yeye no se nyame ya adoma ode ni nyina bema mu na watamochi na fei ya biabie cocoa processing factories na ye cocoa na no ye timidi bia ye chocolate ni ho bebre wa ha na ya farm ma enmu nana no nyina nso adwuma medamase nyame hiramu.
Thank you very much, MP for Isunafo South and ranking member for the Parliamentary Committee on Food and Agriculture. That was revealing. Thank you very much. Cocoa Board Abrankasa. Anyway, moving on, let's introduce some of our chiefs who have joined us. Osaberi Makwekuata II is Omahini of the Ogwa traditional area. A round of applause for Osaberi Ma. Dasibre Kwebu Ewusi VII, former vice chairman of the House of Chiefs and the chief of Abiazi. Thank you very much for your time, Nana. Oketeku Kome, the 8th, chief of commander, hometown of our running mate. Thank you very much, and thank you for giving us such a beautiful woman with a beautiful soul. Nanam Mate Wayo II, chief of Achim Asenho. Thank you very much for your time. Nana Kusibuedum, representing Amentim Otu the 11th, the paramount chief of Abra State. Thank you very much, Nana. And representative of the chief of WINNEBA, led by Neyi Gati Jankuma III, Adontihene of the WINNEBA traditional area. Thank you very much, and thank you for accepting us into your constituency. Next is the Honorable, I call him Son of Man, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa is MP. Is MP for the North constituency, and he will be speaking on good governance. I think that he's the best person to speak on governance. Every morning I'm looking for his wall on Facebook to read what is the scandal of the day. Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Obi. Eyezu, Eyezazu, Zuzazu. Our incoming President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, our incoming First Lady, our incoming first female Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, my own mother, Professor Nana Jenofoko-Agyemang. I acknowledge our national executives and the well-established protocol, and of course, our distinguished Right Honorable Speaker. So I am to speak to you on the good governance and combating corruption aspect of our manifesto. And we must all recognize that the only way we can fight corruption, combat corruption, and defeat corruption is by having leadership which is trusted, which is incorruptible, which has the track record of being honest with the Ghanaian people. Character is key. Without character, the corruption fight cannot be won. Without integrity, the corruption fight cannot be won. And we all know that in His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we have a leader who has that character, who has that track record to fight corruption and to defeat corruption. So as I stand before you today, the joy I have is that even though we have been depressed by intercepting on a daily basis the evidence of their corruption, the evidence of their looting, the evidence of their state capture, I am glad that with President Mahama, the final interception, the interception of our victory will happen on the 7th of December 2024. Comrades, brothers and sisters, you hear on a daily basis some people saying the two parties appear the same. NPP, NDC are the same. In this fight against corruption, we refuse, we reject that baseless and unfounded claim that the two parties are the same. We are not the same. The NDC is different. We are not the same. Fortunately, President Mahama has been in office before. Did you ever hear President Mahama say that he woke up with a nightmare and so has decided to make a personal pledge. And so he's going to sink $58.1 million in the world's most expensive pit. That has never happened under any NDC leader. Where God is deceived, the clergy are deceived, and the Ghanaian people are deceived. It has never happened and will never happen under President Mahama. That was not the only deceit with the 339 million CD National Cathedral. In the process, so many important edifices were demolished. As we speak, the Judicial Training Institute has been demolished. Judges' bungalows have been demolished. Scholarship Secretariat demolished. Passport Head Office demolished. NCCE bungalows demolished. Comsys IT firm demolished. Waterstone Realty Apartment Complex demolished. The Malian ambassador's residence demolished. So we have one leader who is a nation builder. He is building UGMC, building the Ridge Hospital, building the Charles Sudoku Hospital, building Terminal 3, building Kumasi Airport, building Tamale Airport, building Ho Airport. And another leader is demolishing, destroying in a deceptive pledge where he says he will not use our taxes. How can you say that these two people are the same? That these two parties are the same? President Mahama did not promise that under his tenure he will make sure that the era of sole sourcing comes to an end. And then we discover in a 2023 Auditor General's report that apparently 87%, unprecedented, unseen before, 87% of Cocoa Road projects were all single source. And guess what? Baumier's brothers at the center of that inflated single sourcing scandal. That is according to the Auditor General's report. We never saw this under President Mahama. Under President Mahama, we never saw a situation where he allows a cabinet minister to purchase state assets. And only this week, President Akufo-Addo has been saying that the brouhaha, the agitation by organized labor, all of that was needless. Can you believe that? Such naked conflict of interest. We never saw that under President Mahama. So, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that our country is headed in the wrong direction. When you read the Afrobarometer Democracy Risk Report, it says 9 out of 10 Ghanaians believe that Ghana is heading in the wrong direction. That same Afrobarometer says that corruption is at an all-time high. Indeed, if you read the Corruption Perception Index over the last 4 years, we have stagnated. Their best performance is President Mahama's worst performance. So when it comes to good governance, President Mahama is unmatched and unrivaled. I can confirm to you this afternoon that President Mahama's manifesto, the Resetting Ghana Manifesto, has the most far-reaching policies to uproot corruption, to ruthlessly deal with corruption and end corruption once and for all. Whereas the others are silent on corruption in their manifesto, President Mahama confronts corruption head on. And one of the things I love about his anti-corruption policies is that he says that we are going to have, for the first time in our history, a state assets registry. We will all, as Ghanaians, know where our state assets are. In Parliament, for more than 2.5 years, we have been asking them to tell us the state of our public lands. They cannot tell us. They cannot publish the list. And yet, on a daily basis, they are selling the state lands. They can't tell us how many bungalows we have. They can't tell us the acreage of our forest left. And yet, when they die, you see in their wills, forests, Ramsar sites, where they have willed to their nephews forever. President Mahama is saying that that impunity is going to end, and we are going to have a state assets register. I am also excited about the details of Operation Recover or Loot. You heard President Mahama talk about that. He wants the Ghanaian people to know that nobody will get away with the looting that has happened in our country. All the scandals that we have seen from National Cathedral, from PDS, from the COVID-19, Ejapa, PDS, Skytrain, Poalugo Dam, the appearance fees, the ambulance spare pass, President Mahama says he is going to launch an impartial, credible inquiry and forensic audit into all of these loots. And for those of you who have been asking, brilliant proposals from President Mahama, how is he going to fund them? Operation Recover or Loot will help us to fund these projects a great deal. As we speak, a gentleman called Kari Sames is keeping our $6 million in America. There are some shonky sheikhs keeping our $2.4 million in Dubai under a so-called Sputnik V scandal. Sputnik V manufactured in Russia, and yet this Akufo-Addo government, they were in Dubai looking for Sputnik V. When the Russian embassy in Accra told us that they have been waiting for us, other governments are dealing with the Russian government formally. We were dealing with middlemen, shonky sheikhs. Skytrain, $2 million. All of these sums, Ejapa, $12 million, Poalugu, $11.9 million. We are saying Operation Recover or Loot will retrieve all of these looted funds for national development. President Mahama is also saying in the manifesto that we will collaborate with the judiciary to establish a special court for persons who adverse findings have been made against them by the Auditor General and the Public Accounts Committee. President Mahama is also saying that for the first time in the history of Ghana, we will legislate, have a special legislation on scholarships. And as former Deputy Minister for Education, I know that scholarships regime in Ghana is uncoordinated. You have Scholarship Secretariat, you have GMPC, you have Cocoa Board, you have all kinds of institutions carrying out scholarships. We are going to have one law, coordinated, and what I love most about this law is that politicians, politically exposed persons, family members of government officials, as you heard President Mahama say, are going to be prohibited. They will be totally banned from accessing scholarships. Scholarships will return to the brilliant but needy. I am also excited that President Mahama has indicated, when you go through the manifesto, that he is going to collapse the practice of having a special emoluments commission to deal with only Article 71 office holders. He is going to break the gap between Article 71 office holders and Ghanaian workers. So he will put together one body, the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, and then the Emoluments Commission will be put together as one body to take care of wages, to take care of remuneration and the conditions of service of Ghanaians, so that the gulf between Article 71 office holders and the rest of Ghanaian workers, that gulf will be bridged and addressed once and for all. President Mahama is also saying that our friends in the media, he is going to repeal all anti-press freedom laws and fully implement the RTI. The RTI has too many exemptions and too many institutions who are not implementing the right to information law. He is saying that under his watch, he will make sure that we have the full operationalization of the RTI. Finally, to the diplomats who are here, you will be excited to hear that President Mahama says that he is going to respect international law, respect the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. The inviolability of diplomatic missions will be protected. This practice unseen before only under the Akufo-Addo government, where embassies are being demolished, the Nigerian High Commission properties, the Bulgarian embassy, that era is coming to an end, and all diplomatic missions can carry out their diplomatic assignment in peace and stability. The demolition of embassies because of looting, land grab, state capture is coming to an end. And that is another exciting policy to look out for, in addition to a friendly foreign policy climate that will enhance good governance and deepen partnerships and make us a country that is friendly to all persons. Novinho Miegoglomba Afififiava Subo Afififiava Subo Akpa Alakpa Abasubo Akpa Achingli Nito over Gladua over Glagana Nana Kama Nyonyomo Ta manifesto ya Nana le manifesto ama na amashiama Ta ala vavieba December 7 mi fokaba na mi adakona His Excellency John Dramani Mahama na adonye ya owo 2013 to 2017 na watrava abayiji na Ghana mi atenchi akpo fafa na ingoyi ava na afukpa ya mi kpakpama asugwakpa na ikata na jo akpanami mauna yami miaweva odo akpa. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, MP for North. Next is the affable Shamima Muslim, speaking on gender and social protection. She's a distinguished broadcaster and a feminist, and she's a new kid on the block, and all our opponents are afraid. All they do is attack her on Facebook and all their social media networks. But so let's welcome Shamima Muslim. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. As my sister has said, I am speaking on the highlights on gender, children, disability inclusion, and social protection. Permit me, Your Excellency, to stand on existing protocols as a result of time. Greetings to you, my dear mothers, Lodina and Prof. I would like to express my utmost humility and deepest gratitude to the NDC and to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on behalf of the industrious, hard-working women of Ghana, those who lead, those who birth, those who guide, teach, till the land, feed, nurture this nation, those women who create, innovate, and build this nation, women who step up and just get the work done, period. I'd like, on behalf of the young girls like Habiba, Lamisi, Saha, Ewanam, Patricia, Adjoa, across every nook and cranny of this country, of our dear nation, dreaming new dreams because of this exact moment. On behalf of our dear children, for whom we labor and pray for their protection, their safety, and their growth. On behalf of the resilient citizens who are differently abled and yet show up every day, overcoming daunting barriers to tell us loudly that disability is not inability. On behalf of our aged and infirmed who have broken their backs to build this nation, toiled that their sweat nourishes our dear country, guided us towards the light with their wisdom and counsel, our aged and elderly who today are being robbed of their life savings and being made to live in dignified lives. They are part of our reality. Together with all of them, we say thank you now and in anticipation, Your Excellency, in advance for seeing us, for hearing us, and for promising to amplify our voices, our stories, our images, and for your unalloyed commitment to the Ghana we want to build together, where we all belong, and for inviting us to build this Ghana with you. But be not surprised about the agency with which the next NDC government, under the leadership of His Excellency John Mahama, intends to center the issues of women, youth, and persons with disability and children. Our nation is in deep crisis, occasioned by the dire economic crisis the NPP has plunged us into, one that has pushed over 850,000 Ghanaians into poverty, majority of whom are women, the aged, children, and persons with disability. Our social democratic ethos of non-discrimination, equity, and social justice, creating an inclusive society where everyone can participate fully and equally in our social, economic, and political lives, will not allow the NDC to treat these unprecedented vulnerabilities without agency. The NDC and its antecedent has the history of the most transformative effects on women empowerment and social inclusion. We know how to create mass opportunities for our people. We know how to share the gains of progress equitably for the majority, not a clannish few. Yes, indeed, we know. We know how to unite and not divide our country, especially in times of crisis. Yes, indeed, we know. And we know how to build strong institutions like the Gender and Children and Social Protection Ministry we bequeathed to the NPP. And today that ministry is a pale shadow of its dynamic past. Therefore, in the next 4 years, we commit to significantly expand economic opportunities for our most vulnerable, increasing social and political representation of women and persons living with disability, and socially protect our elderly and our children. Specifically, ladies and gentlemen, we will strengthen the legal framework for the political inclusion of women and underrepresented groups by implementing fully the Affirmative Action Bill. We will mandate a 30% quota for women in all political appointments and pass the Property Rights of Spouses Bill, the Domestic Workers Bill, amongst others. On economic empowerment and inclusion, we will launch the Women in Agricultural Initiative to promote young women's participation in the agricultural sector by expanding access to land in agricultural zones, along with financial and business support to feed this nation and to create sustainable jobs. To support victims of gender-based violence, the next NDC administration will launch a zero tolerance for domestic violence and sexual harassment in Ghana campaign, and will facilitate the establishment of 16 regional shelters and comprehensive support services for victims of gender-based violence. You may clap for that. We will develop a survivors' care kit for victims of gender-based violence, including free legal services, medical examination, emergency contraception for women, mental health care services, and other necessary medication. We will initiate a national school-related gender-based safety program for the protection of all people and students. On social protection for our aged, we will introduce the Aubynn, which is a fancy word for protection. We will introduce the Aubynn elderly welfare system to enable Ghanaians above 60 years to have priority and free access to social and health services, as well as public transport and public spaces. If we have given most of our elderly painful health care cards, we owe it a duty to them to ease our burdens. To support our community of It's about equity. Vote for the NDC. Vote for John Dramani Mahama. Vote for the NDC parliamentary candidates. Vote because you are a true patriot. It does not matter which political party you belong to. And as I heard recently, vote because doing the right thing can never be wrong. On behalf of the Gender Committee and our Chair, Nanoye, and the entire membership of the committee, once again, I invite you to vote. Vote for change. Vote for resetting this country. Vote for equity. Vote for accountability. A vote for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is a vote for women. Let us support him to amplify the marginalized voices in our society. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shamima. I thought we could do it better. Thank you very much, Shamima. Next is Baba Sadiq, parliamentary candidate for Ablekuma North. He is speaking on Zongo development. With a round of applause, let's welcome Baba Sadiq to the microphone. He is parliamentary candidate for the Okai-Kwe Central Constituency.
Good afternoon. Yanzongo kunananga. Babu Junku kunananga. Mazajen Zongo kunananga. Matan Zongo kunananga. Matasan Zongo kunananga. All right. So I'm presenting the manifesto on Zongo development and inner city areas. When I'm done with this, delivering it in English, I'll translate it in Hausa for the benefit of all Hausa speakers as well. The next NDC government commits to implementing targeted affirmative action measures aimed at bringing significant development gaps and accelerating growth in Zongo communities and inner city areas. This is aimed at promoting social equity, stimulating economic development and fostering social inclusion for a more balanced and prosperous Ghana. To achieve these goals, we will establish the Soyeya Fund to provide working capital for SMEs in Zongo communities. We will also reduce the extremely high Hajj fares. In the lifetime of every Muslim, attending or experiencing Hajj even once in their lifetime is a desired objective. Currently and in the past 8 years, Hajj fares have become extremely high. It is one of the objectives of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the NDC. We will also initiate an educational infrastructure program to expand educational infrastructure in Zongo and inner cities, including establishing 3 new Islamic secondary schools in the northern, middle, and southern belts. We would also establish STEM and TVET model schools in selected regions to serve selected Zongo communities. The next NDC government would also commence an infrastructure upgrade of the Al-Farouk College of Education. It is worthy to note that in 2015, even though the Al-Farouk College of Education is a private institution, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama started the process to expand access at the college. We would also facilitate accreditation of Islamic schools, such as the Institute of Islamic Research, to support the training of more Arabic school teachers. The next NDC government would also provide scholarships to Zongo and inner city students, particularly in the fields of law, medicine, and engineering and ICT. We will also facilitate partnerships to establish Islamic tertiary institutions and link Zongo and inner city communities to opportunities under the National Apprenticeship Program. Salaam alaikum. Annabi Muhammad. Farko zan mika gaisuwa zuwa yan jaman Zongo duka baki daya. kuma za mu gode muku on behalf of jam'iyyar NDC da irin soyayyen da kuka gwada da NDC shekaru. In kuka duba har wa yau, in kuka duba irin constituencies na musulmai ko zongo ke da yawa, har wa yau kowane constituency duka zongo da musulmai kun ba NDC. From daga Nima har ka zo a Yawasu North, har ka zo ka wuce Madina, ka zo ka shiga a Yawasu Central, ka zo Ablekuma Central, ka zo har ka zo ya sunan shi Asawasi, ka zo Niyo Dibiasi, ka zo Ejurase Chidumasi, ka zo wurin Afram Plains, ka zo ka wuce ka je Tachiman, ka je Kintampo, har ka kai Boku, wanga seat, wanga wurare duka musulmai yan zongo kun gwada muna soyayya shekaru ke ga. Saboda irin abu haka za mu so sabon gwamnatin NDC, gwamnatin da dai hau mulki sabon shekara, muna so mu kokarta muku irin abu haka. Saboda irin abu haka za mu so in ka duba His Excellency John Dramani Mahama promises na yi muna ko alkawalin na yi muna mu yan zango ya dedicate guda har 6 ta wurin ilimi, neman ilimi da developmentin yara ko matasan zango. Cikin manifesto promises shi ya bari mun sani kaman zai so ya zo ya kafa Islamic secondary school guda 3, guda daga arewa, guda kuma daga sakiyan Ghana, guda kuma daga southern Ghana. Kuma ya bari mun sani kaman zai zo ya zo kafa makarantun zamani ta wurin STEM, wurin science, engineering, technology, maths da irin aikin hannu wurin TVET don matasanmu yanguwa su ci amfanin shi. Kuma His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ya bari da NDC ya bari mun sani kamar ya muna alkawari kamar in muka zo mulki kan da ya fara develop Al-Faruq College of Education zai zo ya continue 2015 in kun tuna da shi ya fara expand, amma in the last 8 years nan babu gan komai kai ba. Ya muna alkawali kamar in ya zo kuma zai zo ya expand saboda yaran mu ko matasan mu da suke neman su koyi abu su zama teachers. Kuma His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ya bari mun sani kamar in ya zo da new government shi zai so ya ba irin institutes kamar Islamic Research dai ba su izini don kuma da taimako zon su iya su korkota muna wurin koyar da malamai makarantar yammu. Kuma ya bari mun sani the next NDC government scholarship mu focus mu musamman zai zama kan yaran mu ko matasan mu da suke neman su koyi abu ta wurin shari'a law, ko wurin su zama doktoci, ko su zama engineers, ko wurin ICT. Kuma ya bari mun sani kuma kaman cikin manifesto mu kaman zai so gwamnatin shi za mu samu alaka ko link da irin garruka ko organizations na za su so su tanye Ghana ko da state of Ghana mu establish sabon universities daga Ghana ta wurin zongo da na musulmai na gwamnati. Bayan wanga guda 6 ta wurin neman ilimi da education yaran mu ko matasan mu, ya bari mun sani kuma saboda neman cin gaban zongo da kasuwancin zongo ya ce muna kaman zai zo ya create muna soyayya fund saboda yan unguwa jama'an zongo duka, ko mai sayar da koko, ko mai dunki, mai sayar da shanu, kaya dai na mutane da masu jejuma duka, don ku samu taimako ku iya kusa cikin aikin da kuke yin shi. Yau in kuka duba an ce muna kaman vice presidentin gari, mataimakin presidentin gari shi musulmi ne, amma abu gudan na musulmi duka ke so ya yi cikin laifin shi guda shine cikin rayuwar shi shine zai so ya samu hajj ko so guda ne cikin rayuwar shi. amma yau kuka duba da za mu fita government ya ba mu mun gode Mongole. His Excellency Dramani Mahama da NDC sun bari mun sani kaman ta wurin lamarin haji zon ya muna sauki yan zango da musulmai kowa ya ci amfanin shi zai so ya zo rage muna kudin lamarin haji. Yau kudin haji almost 18,000 cities 8 million kudin dada ya ce muna kaman ya zo zai so ya rage wannan duka. Bayan wanga kuma ya bari mun sani kuma kaman in ya zo zai so ya kara muna holiday kan Idil Fitr. Zai so ya kara muna holiday kan Idil Fitr saboda irin matsalolin da muke samu ta wurin sallah. Da shi irin shirye-shiryen ga duka muna so mu jawo hankalin ku duka. Shekaran ga in kai ka fito zongo, shekaran ga in ka ce irin soyayyen da kuka bamu shekaru cikin zongo, ku tuna kama akwai mutum guda mai gaskiya, mutum guda na yi muna kokari, mutum guda na shi ya gwada muna soyayya cikin zongo, mutum guda na ya muna alkawali dai make sure kamar yaranmu sun ci amfanin gwamnati shi, ya muna alkawali kamar yan zongo duka za mu ci amfanin sabon gwamnati shi. Da shi don Allah in kana jin mu yau ko ina kake duka ka tuna in da je a yi election, ka tuna Excellency Dramani Mahama da NDC, ka tuna da matasan zongo kamar irin mu da NDC za su ba mu opportunity don cin gaban zongo. Jama'a salamu alaikum.
Choboy! Oh, Choboy! Are you here? Choboy! 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 Hey, Yazoo! Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is an exceptional woman. She's not just a woman, but an exceptional woman. She's a woman of substance, a woman of integrity. This woman started as a lecturer. She served as the head of department at the English department at the University of Cape Coast. From there, she rose to become the dean of the Faculty of Arts. She's also the founding dean of the School of Graduate Studies at UCC. She served in that role. Now, due to her sterling leadership, in the year 2008, she was appointed as Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast, breaking the glass ceiling as the first female to be Vice Chancellor of a public university. Choboy! In 2009, she was elected as Ghana's representative on UNESCO's executive board. More importantly, this woman has served as education minister, and it was under her that we saw the construction of several community-day senior high schools, E-blocks, 46 of which were fully completed and operationalized. It was under her that teacher training institutions were converted into tertiary level colleges of education. Choboy! Choboy, it was under her that polytechnics were converted into technical universities. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a quintessential woman with 3 children, all of whom have PhDs. A woman who speaks with discretion and wisdom. After she speaks, you don't have to issue a statement to apologize or clarify. Choboy, Choboy, with a standing ovation and a rousing round of applause. With a standing ovation and a rousing round of applause. Make welcome to the microphone the incoming Vice President, by the grace of God, the first female Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyeman.
Thank you all very, very much for the kind reception. And I wish to begin by acknowledging the next President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the Speaker of Parliament, the Chairman of our beloved party, and Nananom too, and go on to recognize Our Lady, the Sign Language interpreter, and all of us who are here. And I want to acknowledge especially those who are outside. If they can hear me, I want them to know how much we appreciate them. They don't have the comfort of a seat, but they have kept faith, and that is NDC. We keep faith with our party. So I greet all of us who are here and those who are not able to join us. We often describe constitutions as living documents, and manifestos serve as blueprints for progressive policies and democratic development. While dynamic audiences such as these remind us all about the importance of people-centered projects. It is no coincidence, therefore, that we have met in Winneba, and this city has long been recognized as a center for development in education, culture, and vision. In Tebusiafo mo nyina akwaba. Medawana da wadawa wadom NDC. Ama party no mo edawa mo bia por bakan. Yes obi ambra ye jobia yeyim. So we have heard the manifesto, and many of our speakers have come before me, and I want to recognize each of them. And the manifesto is a culmination of many town hall meetings, community engagements held across the country and led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And therefore, when we call it the People's Manifesto, or that we are resetting Ghana, this is not a decision a few of us have made indoors. This is our collective responsibility and our collective strategy, having come to the collective realization that we need to move in another direction. So, I also want to recognize Professor Danso Boafo, the chair of all the efforts. I've never seen anyone so patient, so focused, so determined. Prof, thank you so much. We really, really appreciate all the work, all the sacrifices, all the tolerance that you have put in order to bring us here today. And of course, all the members too. And again, to all those who made Association Loop and Abidjan Close their second and third homes, I want to say Ayuko to all of you. It has been a long walk, but we have arrived at the right destination. So we are not complaining. Actually, we are just happy. So, this launch today is the result of a visionary initiative commissioned by His Excellency Mahama some 4 years ago, and it has sustained us in the policy direction through its incubation right to its evolution and launch today. With foresight, His Excellency asked for the beginning of crafting of what might someday become a manifesto. And even if it didn't, it would have been the collection of thoughts, the collection of strategies that we might hand over to another group. And since it's all within the party, there was no problem. So, over the past 4 years, we have engaged in countless discussions, debates, we have come to agreements and compromises, and refined many drafts and revisions to bring this document to life. We came from the party, but also from stakeholder organizations, civil society, many other concerned groups, anyone who wished to be part of the drive to change things for the better. Therefore, we have included input from private citizens because that is also very important. As a party, we have a proud tradition of listening to diverse perspectives. As is often said here in the Central Region, those standing behind us have the clearest view of whether the path we are laying is straight or not. This philosophy has resulted in what is being launched today, which is truly a collective document shaped by contributions from Ghanaians from all walks of life, regardless. So, what we are proposing, in collaboration with Ghanaians at home and across the globe, is what it is that has been elaborately conveyed by His Excellency and a couple of persons. I wish to begin with education. The NDC remains unwavering in its commitment to quality and accessible education for all Ghanaian children, from kindergarten through senior high school to the university and beyond. Education is a bedrock of national development, and we are determined to ensure that every child, no matter their background, has access to a conducive learning environment. To achieve this, we will prioritize personnel quality, provision of infrastructure and learning material, and especially the relevance of what the learners are acquiring towards our future development. And we will pay particular attention to our schools in the rural areas and in deprived areas. Having said that, what I'm trying to say is that the education goes beyond the infrastructure. Although that is basic, it is fundamental. It ought to have been there, but it has not been, and that is why we pay attention to it. And we also pay attention to the quality of the facilitators of the whole learning process. And that explains why we keep raising the quality of teacher preparation and teacher training. Vocational and technical education is a very important area of focus. With approximately 70% of our population under the age of 30 and 50% under the age of 18, it is imperative that we prepare our youth for the job market. And I would like to plead here that we look at our semantics again. If somebody went to the vocational school, it is because he is so endowed to go there. It is not so much because he couldn't. We need to tone down language so that the students will feel appreciated and will feel encouraged and will know that we appreciate them also for the talent that God has given them. We know without them, all the value addition and so on may elude us. Our manifesto also emphasizes digital literacy, and I think my boss has spoken at length on that. But our vision is very clear. We want and will support an education system that prepares every Ghanaian child for a bright future, and a child who is rooted in their global knowledge through our rich cultural legacy. We consider this to be very, very important, and therefore all the things that have been spoken about in education support this philosophical underpinning. Now let me highlight our women. We recognize the role of women, and Shamima, thanks for emphasizing all of it. It's very, very important, and we agree with you. But distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you also know in this country where we stand as women. In fact, before I go on, Where are the women here? If you don't mind, I would like all the women to stand just for a moment. Actually, we've been sitting for too long, so it's okay. And I want all of you to clap in appreciation. I want you all to clap in appreciation for what the NDC and what His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has done for us. By bringing one of us into the public light, he has brought all of us. Thank you very much. You may sit down. So, HC, we want to thank you very, very much. And you know, as women, we have all kinds of peculiar problems that only we know, that only we experience. He already talked about how our bodies naturally function and how that can even stop us from moving forward. It is not by accident that when you look at enrollment from P1 to P3, it's almost stable. But you look at P3 to P6, the drop comes after P6. And you ask yourself, why is this happening? And now we know why. And so we made a bold step to ensure that girls can also go to school, stay in school, move up as high as they can, and realize the potential in them. And of course, our bodies didn't just start functioning that way. It's just been who we are. We also know our economic challenges more than others. And what are some of them? For all kinds of reasons, we are not able to stay in school, and that is something we are going to work on aggressively, to remove all the bottlenecks, to remove all the obstacles that prevent girls from moving up. But meanwhile, a lot of us are up there already, and we may have missed a few things. So what happens? It is not by accident again that in this country, many, many women are in the small-scale businesses. Na yenso ni enyim faso no anamoboa mesiafo no wa ha aze na yeton ana yenton aze enye jeti kasibia po na yehwehwe na yekohe yankọ yem papa ho a yebokọ nanani fie yankọ nanani fie nde MP sikra no wenwu amenze wo MP de bebia na rekoni fie ana ebokọ wo fa ni fie ana amoboa ana eboko ba benyi ni fie denti na nko ba besia no o se ni nyimde onyibi denti na onyibi ehwa inum ye nsama yerbisa. So what's the solution to all of this? Or we'll go and borrow. Which bank? The bank will say bring a collateral. What is it? The papers to your car. Na car na ye will be a truck no for why some. And then stood up for what done the papers bra. What am I busia fie? I don't know one could take a far a busiana crat, na as a quadaz a cajabusian. In such a bank entire coho. So then what do? We go to somebody who will lend us money. Yes, he will lend us the money, but the interest on that money is not even what we are seeing as 40% from the banks. Sometimes 100 or more. Ebusian from a bois. Say who the mamanzin. Interfere by a done. Ena yako bank on ye, any a cobobosia or soon. Into a bayer done. Abana Messia Fasi. In here, political party are Obu Messiafo. Na party on your mohi. On your National Democratic Congress. Nenya president to Obu Messiafo. Oxy Messiafo won't see. If you call your one, on His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. No, I can't yen no academia bayer done. In saying a penny attack or yam papa, attack or why you bufu, and I'm a boy. Wabaka on his actual. Ne de baby Arabazi, Otton Azan or Abacao. Ne and Yan Yapede Abacao. As some of them were singing. It's yes, okay, Sadamaza. Aubynn. Shishaya Yam Bank Mahin. Yapia Bank out to him, I say. Yampia Bank or Bacada Yanka for collateral and Bra Yenibi. Yampa Bank or Bacada Yanka for Yan. No who papers and bra, and as a cracan, and a jap, ye be. It was you, what's it, obey handed. It is what a women's development banker. O say asamdo. Enya asamdo nko tenye de. Yenye sikanto na do. O yensembi otum sisi wo henda abrabom. Ebi wo hopo a nya wo pie. Nso na baby akwa kejina no more than yenyin. Ebusu afas na make water sepa. Ana water sepa. Ebi so wo ho a akwọgbọ nnubosian akwọchapụ na ọkọtụ collection ọbakọ hụ zachiro into your makonso akọtụ collection ana amụbụa ọbafọ nyem autocracy wanyem da wa na onyero kasa no abaraba endemijina wa bụ ya echi ma ọ bụ ya bepụ ya gbọhwe ezenakaw isi women's development bank no ọ dị sika no mo da bosia isi hu ọ hụ a ọ dị fom bọkọ Onyewa yenshise papa, oba more advisory services, oba guide, oba mental, no dandano. Oba do baby no na mfaso ebenya na ehwa. O sanda mfaso no so chen. Nsi hu na erukotua no. Ebotum disika ne bi ezahye wazu tonim. Oba do baby na wo capital no retraw ana na business no orinyin na wo faso no na so margin. Then the day I that was funny and papa no one asked for my haircut. Into Onya's able to me Hopi. It's a women's development bank in Oruba. It is here to empower female entrepreneurs and small business owners by providing low interest loans, financial education, and sustainable support. These initiatives will create job opportunities and break down the financial barriers that many women face when starting and sustaining business. Anti so business no so also. Any enjuma dosu anambwa. Mesafu wanjiziri enjuma dosu. Say kofie. Insa some American menyimfuna aja tumama. Dentra. O send on sukra won kon murubu anamboa. Say ya badodo. Inti say ana ya atu da no so ai free. Ana it's a menyimfuna wakanti menyimfuna won bon se me mefiafon. So this initiative comes as no surprise to some of us because we have been long aware of NDC's long-standing commitment to gender equality and women's empowerment as essential pillars of national progress. And we know what our predecessors in the PNDC to the December Women's Movement and all did. It is also not surprising that it is NDC that pays attention to markets. We have heard of KJT, even if you haven't gone there. We have heard of Kotokraba and so many other markets. And sometimes you are driving or walking by, and the women who are converting our raw material into adding value are the ones sitting under some shed, the floor not even cemented, no washroom, nothing for their children. And in the end you ask, so who buys the material and at what cost? So they need help in this area too. And you know, America today, say Begoya, once a can, one pose when you dado. Mankesim, I might turn as well, Mankesim, what's the can? And I was in Kahu. Makola, oh no, yemi. Hello, no, baby. What was the Kahu? Na maybe Siafuna, maybe one summoner, wa, Igomino, wa market. Mankenia won't find them. Te banki lanya. What's all bank Kahu? I don't tell them. Into Obia Kahu, Obiara baby, as some of your canyon. Ye about employment, I am by a 1 year Jumaye. On a boss, I can if 24-hour economy, or be a jatu. No one million bones may use him. 1 million bones and I am, but the power of 133. As I not to phone boko, share a pede which I knew you in your Jumata. I will from one. Jiwanutum or Mwati Washa Ibida, Fenin out in Chen. Jiwanutum, as I summon on you. Ebusiafo ya dan obojuru was the when I baba na adwen no so obeye adwuma nti eda ho na nti 24 our economy main kan wa some Sunday yenra wa ba kan wa SMP me nyina so ya atase no mpeda meka healthcare kakra ehun ya na apomudzen ina numu ha ono so ya atipi na dama na ote da hen mesiafo so dama wa abo hen no eye hen so ye wo ye nzim ote inti se bibi dam na ze chase compound na abian hen eye ne ze mo from to hen na akoko anofa kesa ahomache ne ze wona akọ hospital sisters mbo a inti demi na bibi bian wa inti wanze me pi wo ha wori ye na se wo friend hen no so a eye hen so ye ze anjo ne kakra baka ho a na aze no wezimu announce them inti baby o man ka do ha mesi afonko na wori ye nyame bi wo ze twetwe wa ba chi sister wo say koko wanyim na fesi wanyu adoda mary ye no odo obi so otena ye enye mo ho ari ya mo bi na ho na nhira do owo nse busu afonda ya atini fi ya bada obi a wa bakasa wa ha obi a wa ba kire na agent oho na wa ba oho na wa abo na oho na wote na dem yes ye da ho na se. So this manifesto is not a set of attractive or empty promises. It is a roadmap to a better future for every Ghanaian. It is also our social democratic blueprint for building the Ghana we all want together. Together for say atase obia so na hozen obia ne nyimzi obia ne mber obia ne zeka ho ne yetumi ye pia ye ho ye za akwenyim nso onye do president na nko na no problem onye no problem oye he nyina ye problem na mu wenyi dadodo obia so baba wa baye mobotum na ya asesa bebi ayete ya asesa he na ebusua ya asesa nzemepi na oma no afane ntampa we fra into the man na ocha every party near to man every party na ote here na say every party na oba oye mpuntujuma yanto abanje hwe yeto aba de mpuntujuma embra yanwema yeto yes development is our goal ana into the meeting yaba nyanda da na akohwi na slangs bi na eba di slogan on for konim. We are confident in the victory ahead, and the NDC has a good track record as well as a renewed vision. We are motivated by confidence in our skills and the goodwill of our fellow citizens. Progress is within our reach and the reach of every Ghanaian, regardless your age, religion, whatever that differentiates you. And we are here to present something very, very meaningful to reset Ghana. It's going to be hard work, but you and I know that by the grace of God, we will get there. So to vote for the NDC is to put your trust in the statement that Ghana can get better. Thank you very much.
Obedience to Baba, obedience young Baba, Yansio, a Bobo Macade. Obedience to Baba. Come on. Yes, one more time. Where you the money you have to watch here. Come on. Toma. That's why you're good. You cook honorable. You cook listen, I come on, everybody, come. Ladies, are you here? Are you ready? Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good New Year. That's why you're Good New Year. Come on, Papa. Good New Year. Everybody. Where you went from, I'm a little common. Tell me where you went from. Yes, you'll be there, mom. You're trying now, mom. Now you can't go so. Oh, yeah, go. Can't wait. That's why you're so where you went from. I'm a little common. Tell me where you went from. Yes, you'll be there, mom. You're trying now, mom. Now you can't tell me who you're so sad. That's it. And so more than what's the name of now? What's the name of That's it. A boy, a swab and pastor. I for the idea we know, a swab and pastor. I for the idea we know, a swab and pastor. Come now, we know, a swab. What's it then? Minimum say, I'm a man, say, yeah. And I am Suda. Ubeswana. Ubesu. Mrs. Owen is saying, I'm a man, I would say, yeah. Well, now what do you come to me? Who couldn't be there? No. What's it on Sunday? I see there. Near couldn't get done anymore. I say, Master Sunday. A man of Master Sunday. Emema will be a hana. Emema waha. Masidana sade. Asida. Hey. Yeah, you know asidana sade. Asida. Yamia ebia mai. Hey, yadasyo. Thank you.
Oh, remain standing. Joe boy. Oh, those of you at the top, are you ready for the second coming of John Mahama? Then let me see your hand. Let me see your hand. Yedede, 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 yedede. Let's welcome back to the stage our father, our leader, our hope, Ghana's hope of a better future, the nation builder, the flag bearer, and the incoming president of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, John Dramani Mahama.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Shout out to all our supporters outside. I can see that there are more of them outside than inside this hall. Thank you all very much for your love for the NDC party. First, I will go through our 120-day social contract. The things we'll do in the first 120 days after we leave Independence Square on 7th January 2025. And then after that, I'll call our General Secretary and Chairman and Nana Jane to join me up here so that we launch the manifesto. So, one, we'll put in place a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials in line with the principles of ethical leadership, modesty, humility, integrity, and accountability. We will nominate all our cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval within the first 14 days in office. We would have named all our cabinet ministers. We will constitute the leanest and most efficient government in the history of the Fourth Republic in the first 90 days in office. We will hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. Number 5, we'll commence the drafting of needed legal amendments and preparation for the implementation of the 24-hour economy policy under the office of the President. Number 6, we will establish an accelerated Export Development Council, which I will personally chair, to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation. Number 7, we'll convene a national consultative conference on education, which has NAGRAT, NAT, CCT, CETAG, Vice Chancellors Ghana, PRINCOF, TEWU, UTAC, PTAs, students, think tanks, academia, parents, and other stakeholders to build consensus on the improvement of our education sector, including the free SHS. Number 8, we'll scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate hardship and ease the high cost of doing business in our first 90 days in office. 1, e-levy. 2, COVID levy. 3, betting tax. 4, emissions levy. And we'll review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. 9, we'll introduce the no academic fee stress policy for all first-year students in public tertiary educational institutions, in universities, in technical universities, in polytechnics, colleges of education, nursing training institutions, under our no fee stress initiative. We will budget for this, and the money will be given to the Student Loan Trust. It will register all the level 100 students, and it will pay the money to their universities on their behalf so that they don't have to go and pay anything. It will be a grant. It's not be a loan. It will be a grant, so they don't have to pay for it. 10, we'll introduce the following social intervention policies. 1, free tertiary education for persons with disability. The Ghana Medical Care Trust fund, which will be a fund that will help the treatment of kidney ailments, hypertension, heart disease, high blood pressure, and all those kinds of things. We'll commence within 120 days the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in basic and secondary schools. 11. We will institute inquiries or forensic audits into the following matters of public interest. 1. MPP's collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks and financial institutions at a supposed cost of 25 billion Ghana cedis. We will institute an audit into the illegal printing of money by the Bank of Ghana to finance the corrupt Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration. We will investigate the 58 million National Cathedral scandal. We will investigate the COVID-19 expenditure scandal. We will investigate corruption scandals including the PDS, Ejapa, SML, ambulance spare parts, 13th All-African Games, SkyTrain, Palugu Dam, mass sets, Galamsey fraud, missing excavators, missing tricycles, illegal and inflated single-source contracts, bus scandals, and many others. We institute a government policy banning all political appointees and politically exposed persons from buying any state assets. We allocate seed money within 120 days for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank to support women-owned and women-led businesses. We will launch the following priority job creation programs in the budget. The first is Ejumawura, that is the entrepreneurial project to promote 10,000 young entrepreneurs and mentor them. The 1 million coders program will roll out a Made in Ghana agenda to promote the production and consumption of locally produced goods, particularly through leveraging of government spending power. 15. We review the Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvage vehicles, to rescue the local automotive industry in Swami Magazine, Konkompe, Aboso Okai, and all others. 16. We will lay before Parliament a new bill to usher in a new era of government scholarship administration, which will, among others, prohibit political appointees from accessing government scholarships and eliminate political patronage, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption in the award of government scholarships. We will make the scholarships process transparent, publish the names of everybody who is given a scholarship so that the whole country will know who are getting those scholarships. 17. We will aggressively confront that's number 3. Number 3 is not a small position. We will aggressively confront the illegal mining menace and place a ban on illegal and new mining activities in forest reserve and roll out our Tree for Life and Blue Water initiative to heal and sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. 18. We will launch the Black Star Experience. Unfortunately, the paper on creative industry couldn't be read because we've run out of time. But in there, there's what we call the Black Star Experience. It's our major creative industry and tourism initiative. So the Black Star Experience will be launched. It's an initiative as Ghana's flagship culture, arts, creative industry, and tourism brand to transform Ghana into a preferred hub for creative industry and tourism. 19. We will commence investigative processes to purge state security agencies of all militia and vigilante elements who are causing havoc in our country. 20. We will reopen investigations into major unresolved criminal cases, including the 2020 election killings, Ayawaso West Wagomba election violence, murder of Ahmed Swale and Silas Wulo Chame. 21. Will initiate a probe into the man-made disaster caused by the VRA spillage from the Akosombo and Kon dams that displaced and destroyed the livelihoods of thousands of citizens in the Volta region. And we will take immediate steps to provide compensation for the victims, including those in the lower Volta, those in Oti, those in Bono East, those in the Savannah regions, and other areas that were affected by the flooding. Ezu will carry out a shake-up. We'll carry out a shake-up of all loss-making SOEs and realign them to break even and transition into profit-making. This is a social contract with the people. A lot of people ask me, you're going to find an economy in a mess. How are you going to handle all this? We're going to realign our expenditure. We're going to cut out waste. We'll realign the budget so that we can create more fiscal space in order to finance these projects. We're going to use innovative methods to raise the resources so that we can finance these projects. We're going to prioritize, strictly prioritize, and select the most important projects that will create immediate benefits for the people of Ghana. We're going to put our money where our mouths are. That is what a new NDC government is going to do. Here, Maza the matter, Dawayina, Nago de Kore, Ezu, Manya Munache, one day I got a Maka Soye, I Kamada Kimaka got a Mashi Soye. Ezu, don't you know for the way, so me sonka. Yanda Zongoni Sukagara Muna Soye, inshallah. Ale babu karfi e bamu iko mu ma mu gwara musu soyayya haka nan ezu don shi ne keni na sadiki ya fade we inshallah in muka zo mu duka mun sani kaman zuwa Mecca ya zama one of the 5 pillars of Islam, amma yau saboda kudin da ya kamata a biya a je Mecca, mutanenmu iyayenmu maza da mata da yawansu sun yi niyya su je Mecca amma ba su yi. Idan Allah ya ba mu mulki muka zo za mu rage kudin Mecca ne, kowa inda ya yi niyyar shi ya samu ya je. Karshen mangana na mun sani watan Ramadan in za a yi azumi ana duba watanni kamun a fara Ramadan. In za a kwance azumi ana duba ni a gani wata tukun a kwance. Don shi kowane lokaci ya zo a yi kaman waranga sun ci sallah yau, gobe waranga kuma su ci sallah. Don shi abinda za mu yi mu kawo zaman lafiya, kowa ya ji dadin sallah, za mu kara za mu kara ranar hutawa guda, shine ana turawa na cira holiday, za mu kara guda a kan Idul Fitr. Don shi in wayan ga sun kwance yau sun ci sallah yau, waɗanda sun kwance gobe su ma su samu su ci sallansu. Yau dai Hausan Kano na ya zo sosai ba wasa ba. At this juncture, I want to invite my running mate, Professor Jenana Opokwajima, our national chairman, General Mosquito Johnson Asiedu Ketia, our general secretary, Fifi Abekwete, and our minority leader, the Honorable Acho Kesel Forsen, to all join me up here so that we can launch the manifesto. Yeah. Where's the parliamentary candidate for WINNEBA? Join us up here.
Please remember the
Ezu, we are launching 2 versions of the manifesto today. The manifesto itself and then the Braille version for the visually impaired. We are launching both today. So on behalf of the good people of Ghana, the national executives, the rank and file of the National Democratic Congress, and the youth and women of Ghana, I have the honor and privilege to launch the 2024 Resetting Ghana for Jobs, Accountability and Prosperity Manifesto today. I consider it duly launched.
Resume your seats. Kindly resume your seat. We'll be out of here very soon. Now, we had many thematic speakers, but because of time, we had to cut it short. But with the permission of the General Secretary, the National Chairman, and our flag bearer and leader, we have appointed spokespersons for various sectors of the manifesto. And at this stage, I would like to call out their names for the benefit of the media. From here, they will begin to speak on the various thematic areas in the manifesto. Choboy. So on finance, our spokespersons are 3. Do you know the man who has been keeping Wale Adam Smith in check? Choboy. Honorable Isaac Adongo, MP for Bolegasa Tanga Central. We also have Dr. Johnson Esiema, and we also have Honorable Mona Kote for finance. For business development, trade and industry, we have Dr. Aubynn Anowa Ama, Obobia Daku Opoku, and Alhajia Sajida Shiraz. Choboy. On jobs, we have Mr. Guzi Obuadum Tano, Michael Abe, and Mavis Lamisi Apeliba, the 133 lady. Choboy. On food and agriculture and agribusiness, we have Honorable Eric Opoku, Dr. Buama Otukono, and Mr. Harry Yamson. Choboy. On education, we have Honorable Clementa Park, Professor George K.T. Odro, and Kwame Alovi. Choboy. On health, we have Honorable Minta Kando, Dr. Jehuapia, and Professor Titus K. Beyo, former Secretary of the Ghana Medical Association, just like Dr. Jehuapia. Choboy. On energy, we have the MP for Yape Kusegu, Honorable John Jenapo, and Honorable Edward Bauer. On infrastructure, we have the incoming Member of Parliament for AAK, Felix Ofosukwache, and the MP for Adakulu, and our Chief Whip in Parliament, Honorable Kwame Agboja, and Mr. Regid Anamo. On youth development, we have Julian Kobina, Anthony Julius, and Dr. Samiaye. Sports development, Dr. Fred Awa, Edem Agbana, and Kwamrache Stuttgart. Gender and social protection, Nana Oye Bampu Ado, and Shamima Muslim. Zongo development, we have Mustafa Abubakari, Alhaji Mohamed Naziru, and Baba Sadiq. Security, Honorable Peter Lancheni Tobu, MP for Wa West, and Honorable Prosper Bani. Governance, the son of man, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, Honorable Sylvester Mensah, and Emilia Afi Akbenyon.
All right, so it is officially launched. The NDC's 2024 manifesto has been officially launched by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, together with the running mate, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman, the party chairman, as well as the general secretary of the party, were all up on stage to officially outdoor their policies. Of course, if indeed they go ahead to get the nod come the 7th of December 2024, these are some of the things that they will be rolling out. So they are proposals as it stands now. Key among them I mentioned earlier has to do with the economy, where they spoke about the creation of jobs under the 24-hour economy. They have also spoken about the fight and quest to fight against corruption. It was also a major talking point in the manifesto or the event so far. It has been a very beautiful ceremony. It has been a very fantastic event here at the Jofus Anamwa Auditorium. And party faithfuls, one will also think that it's been a very long day, but here we are. You still have the party faithfuls, the supporters, the teaming sympathizers of the party are all represented, and they are still here till now. It's been a very long day. But Eric is still with me. But before I even cross over to Eric, I just want us to have a quick bite with a few people who are with me here. And let me find out from them exactly what has been their take-home points. What have been some of the key highlights in the event so far? I mean, the launching of the manifesto. What have they picked out of that, so that even they go out, what exactly are they going to tell the other people who are watching at home as well? Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us on Wizard TV. May I know your name and where you are coming from?
My name is Leslie, General Leslie from Tama West.
Very well. So it's been a productive day from my point of view. Tell me your highlight, your key highlight in the presentation made by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
His Excellency John Dramani Mahama spoke well. And then what I cited from is the sanitary part. There is a free sanitation part for our sisters and our moms, you understand me? Because if you see something that is natural, that we will be paying tax, a huge tax on it, it's very bad. You understand? So if he said that we're going to give a free sanitation part to our sisters, I'm very excited. And then one thing is about my bets. You understand me? The youth does not have...
You talk about the betting tax?
Yes, please. Because I'm very happy about that, because the youth, there's no job in the system. So if they have a little to even play on my bet, and then you put a tax 10% on it, it's very bad. So as I'm here, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, inshallah, is coming. And he will win power 2025. But we, the ghetto for Mahama, we will die for Mahama. You understand me? Because there's no job at the boys in the ghetto. If you watch them now, everything is messed up. You see that? So we are praying on John Dramani Mahama that he should come on power and come and rescue this Ghana for us. And I'm very proud, and because I'm very excited for, we are in WINNEBA now as I'm talking to you. And that the victory is coming from WINNEBA. And as I'm here, as we the ghetto, we're going to work hard and rescue this nation, for nation Ghana, and we are coming power with John Dramani Mahama and Professor Nana Jane. And then we will rescue as well.
Let me also find out from the other gentleman here. Tell me your name and where you are coming from.
I'm the ghetto minister.
You are the ghetto minister. From which of the ghettos?
Yeah, the whole Ghana.
Yeah. The whole Ghana. The whole Ghana. You are the ghetto minister. Okay. So, Kachi.
The whole minister. Mahama, I hear you many na. Kasana wakano ameni niaje. Nkankan ye ghetto. Mahama bana Obama ye ghetto. Cheni ejuma bakunimpa mensa. Ejuma teacher mebu ye ni ejuma ye. Inti said we Mahama kachen challenge danasi. Ne juma ye ghetto there. I ready say.
Ojidi say ghetto for no umbe to Abama JM.
Yes sir. You talk the whole Ghana because of JM. You talk all the ghetto boys. Yeah bro, the big dimpo. Sisi akoko unkita 10 cities are untumi.
Ana upa unsam bomb in India.
Sorry, in brain aba because in Kofo we all make Romano. This born to but we are born to this born to economy. Yentum this born to economy. But we look Ghana yentu there's no JM, no Ghana. No JM, no Ghana. Yes sir.
Alright, so the ghetto minister says no JM, no Ghana. Just quickly so I can cross over.
What we are talking about for the ghetto youth, we are targeting 2.5 ghetto youth for John Dramani Mahama.
2.5 million?
Yeah, 2.5 million ghetto youths across the Ghana because they are there. They think that they have been neglected, but because of ghetto from NDC from ghetto, since Papa J, as a team, wherever he is, is always with us.
So you mean the ghetto belongs to the NDC?
No, to the NDC. You understand me?
If you are promising a 2.5 million votes from the ghetto.
From the ghetto. And they are ready. They are even going to receiving us. You understand me? Cut across. We have a rep, cut all the region. If you come, go to Ashanti region, they always call us because they are ready to fight and rescue the what? The ballot box. That's why we are winning. Yes,
Very well. Thank you so much to the reps from the ghetto. Eric, so let me just speak your thoughts quickly. I mean, you've listened to the ghetto king,
yes,
the minister, and then his deputy. They represent the ghetto, and they are promising that they are going to give 2.5 million votes to John Mahama.
Well, that is just to signify the commitment and the pledge they are making now. But at least for now, we know that the NDC has now laid bare what they intend to do if John Mahama becomes the president.
Ago!
Ojam, come. It's your work.
Ojam, make it come out, please. It be me. Oh, master, debts they swallow you. Make I think, huh? I can't phone put it. Make you sit down and relax. John Mahama's 24-hour economy go sort you out to pay all your debts.
This 24-hour economy thing, it not be new. It happen already. Huh? Some companies and hospitals, they operate 24/7. That's why some people say it's bad policy.
Small minds. See, the fact says some companies they operate 24/7. Don't they mean say the 24-hour policy they already? Those companies where they refer to, them they operate on their own without support from government. The novelty of John Mahama's 24-hour economy be say, companies and them businesses, where them go to operate 24/7, could be given tax incentives, cheaper and reliable power, and in some cases, financial support to expand and create more jobs for you, especially to pay your debts.
Ojamsi, when something is good, it is good. Jobs do not wear party colors, so when it comes, we will all get something to do. After all, we those wearing the party colors, today we are suffering. Baby, uncle you.
Thank you. Ojam, what they sweet me be say, the 24-hour economy strategy involves 3 shifts of 8 hours each every day, which means the work Kwame go do some, let's say from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. We Efe go come continue from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. and then Kwesi go come continue the same work from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Everybody go chop pete.
Hey, make the 24-hour economy out.
All right, that's it.
Vote for John Mahama, the nation builder, and the NDC for a 24-hour economy.
2024 on one JDM Messiah John Dramani Mahama Rabeti woman Ghana Kwasi Ghana Kwasi the free say boy every day way and ya bo yentimincio Metrograd yenka Omaya titia pansam Seko tebe Kanimfoso Maransusu JDM Messiah Rabeti woman JDM Messiah John Dramani Mahama Rabeti woman Ghana Kwasi Ghana Kwasi the free say boy every day way can ya bo yentimincio Petrograd yenka Omaya titia pansam Seko tebe Kanimfoso Maransusu JDM Messiah Rabeti woman Mahama na press oyebi minim kran Sewia hospital Aferi hospital Omena hospital Bekwai hospital Apan any credit Dubai and credit Dubai Nina one Ghana for mommy and tomato Nani Numa and all under twice JDM Akwansi wurak na museni sunni church for ezo Mr. Master Mpantu na bi wedi amikaza wa bebuomu obana saponsu yebuni beo na yenkana senti JDM Manekro JDM Wabizaya bra After waiting, yes, Sam. Yes, Sam. Yes, Sam. Yes, your Messiah. After waiting, yes, Sam. Missy, we are seeing. I'm once me, Ura. I know Svenny, so many church of war. Mr. Master went to me, na be. With Yamikaza, Bebuomu. Obana safonsu yebuni beo na yenkana senti